All right.
Good morning, everybody. Or good afternoon.
Good morning,
good night.
and welcome. Welcome back.
New Monday morning again. The markets are moving quite a bit. And we got some really, really nice content for you today. Not only today, throughout the whole week. I mean, we usually do have that. But I think this week is going to be very, very special when it comes to, well, a number of things. And I urge you to stay tuned after this very short intro.
All right.
Here we are again.
Everyone. Today, got something interesting going on here. So we're doing a trading competition. All right.
Wow.
We're doing a trading competition. Oh, I'm lagging. I see the camera here on the laptop. I'm lagging.
The second one is lagging. The one that has you from behind is like frozen very often. I saw. Yeah.
Did I? I am so proud of my setup. I got so many screens over here. I got so many screens. I got one screen right here behind me. Right, that's the one. And I got one screen here. That's two screens. I got a laptop here. That's three screens. I got the Elgato teleprompter just installed right here. That is 4 screens. I got 5. I got 6. I got 7. I got 8 screens with the iPad. I have finally outscreened ABL. Now, okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, because LJ has 7. And Mike got, I don't know, 5. So I am now officially the most screened up person.
Wow. And you know, I got something new as well, by the way. I have a new blue light to my left.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Love it. I like, you know what, blue and orange, or blue or yellow, blue and orange, like we have right there. Very
but
nice.
The orange one still, I need to set it up in a nicer way. But I also ordered some more
I got a blue lamp here as well.
Yeah, I think that's the same one probably. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice frozen image now of you like going, oh, the blue light.
The man, I get it. Okay, I get it.
Yeah, we got a screenshot that actually.
That looks ridiculous.
All right, guys.
All right.
So as Jonatan had said, we have a trading competition. As a matter, I believe we have 2 trading competitions this week, right?
That's right. We have one internal trading competition where we are setting up accounts for me, Dirk, Anastasia, LJ, Mike, Victor, Deanna, and Pedro. We're all going to be trading in high stakes account, and we're going to be seeing how much profit can we make. Can we even maybe, pass an evaluation for that trading competition? So that's our internal competition that we're doing right now. There's also another competition that we're doing within the 5ers. Now, I think it might be closed. Honestly, I think
oh, really?
It's actually closed because we might actually have filled all the spots for that trading competition. I'm going to log into the hub right now to see if it's still on.
Well, there were a lot of seats already taken last week after the announcement. I saw that too, yeah. And I think I remember you mentioned it on the live stream as well when I was stalking you.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, so it's empty, and not empty. It's full. I mean, it's there's no seats. There's no seats. 10,000 people in that competition. When we announced it, we had 2,000 people going in the same day, right when we announced it. So that is
fantastic,
quite amazing. And you know what? I'm in the competition. I'm actually in the competition. It starts in 46 hours. So make sure, guys, that you go to the hub, and next time we open up a competition, we're going to be doing this every single Wednesday. Every single week, we're going to be doing a competition within the 5ers hub. So go to the hub, make sure that you check the next competition. It's going to be absolutely amazing. We have a lot of prizes. I mean, the top 100 people is going to get prizes, which means the first, second, and third place is going to be going to get some really nice high stakes account. But the rest of the 100 top is all going to get prizes. So yeah, amazing competition. Very nice. Let's go.
I think Henry is talking about you here. See, now you have so many screens, you don't even know where to look. You like for comments.
Yeah, well, you know what was pretty cool is I got the comments right here. So when I read the comments right now, that's the beauty of this type of teleprompters. I can have the chat, and then I look into the camera, and you're like, oh, he's looking at me, but I'm not looking at you. I'm looking at the comments. You know, it's very cool.
Lucky I don't have to compensate something with too many screens anymore.
Well, I do.
Just kidding,
like,
just kidding, guys.
But I feel like
I know like that I'm actually thinking of getting back a third screen as well again, so I can have the news flow a little bit separated in something like Twitter, you know, because right now it's so important to always have an eye on what is the orange guy tweeting today.
You know what?
Is it actually true? Did he tweet something yesterday about putting tariffs on? Very nice. Putting tariffs on credit rating. It's really cool. Credit rating agencies because America lost its super good credit rating.
Yeah, you mean the same rating agency that rated the garbage, you know, in the financial crisis, rated everything triple A.
Yeah,
the same
ABS
the same
structures. Yeah, nice. I thought it's an American company anyway. S&P. Standard & Poor's, no? Anyway, or Morningstar, I don't remember.
Moody is not Standard. That's two different, right? So Moody's is
the two big ones.
Yeah.
Anyway, guys,
like Standard & Poor did the same thing. It's like they did the same thing.
It is. And I remember after 2008 where they were really heavily criticized because it was just like, I know this guy who works for Moody's, who does the ratings. He's my bro, taking him out to lunch or dinner and giving a couple of drinks, and then he's going to do me a favor. Or even the structures itself of those asset-backed securities were really so complicated that probably people there thought like, I'm not going to look into that too much. But anyway, this is not probably going to concern us too much this week. We want to trade. As Jonatan said, we have an internal trading competition. Jonatan is participating. I am, obviously. We have Victor on board. We have Rich on board. I think Anastasia is on board. A couple of them still needing their accounts, if I'm not mistaken. So they will start throughout the day. So expect like throughout this week of live streaming that we will update you every now and then. How's the competition going? How much has Dirk lost again on gold? And who comes up at top, at bottom. Now we will of course share live here also trades. I, as a matter of fact, just entered a long position at 3235.7 in gold because we've seen a nice uptrend there. I saw that the 21 EMA, the yellow line here, is holding up pretty well again. So normally I wouldn't have jumped on, but I just said before we started live streaming here to Jonatan, for me, always Monday morning, I like to get this first trade out of my system, preferably, of course, a winner, to kind of get into the flow, because I notice about myself, I suffer very much the longer I wait from a stiff finger and from the fear of actually executing the trade, because I think then, the market might have run already too far. So I'm risking on this trade. My stop loss for this trade is at, what was it? 3225. So about $10. I risk 0.25% on that trade. I'm not risking 1% or something. Normally, I only risk 0.1%. But since we are using the 20K high stakes account here with 0.1%, I would fall below the minimum position requirement for something like gold. I'm going to trade 3, maybe 4 different assets this week, primarily gold, the NASDAQ 100, the S&P 500. Those are always nice, in my opinion, to trade with the 5ers because you don't have to pay the fees. And if you trade a lot, that can add up. I also, as you might have noticed here, I have Bitcoin here on my chart as well on the bottom left. Probably not going to trade it with the 5ers. Spread is not so super good, but if I see really something there jumping into my face, I will do that. Now, one additional layer, if you were participating or if you were watching us last Monday, I said I kind of changed my system. When I started trading gold, I was basically doing what I do long term, where I'm more of a contrarian trader. This is usually what you do when you are more of a fundamental trader. You become a contrarian. And but I noticed, like, short term, for me, it's actually easier on my psyche to trade with a trend. So I changed a couple of things, take my contrarian signals more to know when to exit trades. and try to find positions where I can re-enter the trade, which I just did here on the moving average, and to make my life a little bit easier. I lost. What did I want to say? My God. I wanted to get to something. Anyway, oh yeah, now I know again. So additionally, because there's like one, if we trade on lower time frames, there's like one major drawback always, in my opinion. This is the noise. Like, for example, I have 2-minute candles here. I don't like 1 minute. I don't like 5-minute candles for whatever reasons. And of course, you have a lot of noise. So the problem is when you trade a trend following systems, you want to avoid like hell those sideways markets where the market really does nothing but maybe, you know, go like in a narrow range from $1 to the bottom, $1 up or whatever. Depends, of course, on the asset you are trading, because like this, you are for sure going to go into a drawdown phase. And one of the things I actually like to do, and I kind of adapted this also for the lower time frames now, is that I also have a look at so-called Renko charts. Now, for those of you who do not know Renko charts, you can find them here on TradingView below the Heikin Ashi charts, which I also love very much. You see the advantage is Renko charts don't care about time. They only care about price, which means, for example, here for gold, I've set up at the moment, at least my box size to 1. So every one of those green or red boxes is $1 of price move. And in order to draw the next green box, for example, the price needs to close $1 below the high of the last box. So $1 higher, since I have a box size of 1. And this is good because it filters out all of the noise. You know, when the market's really in a narrow range, I can make sure like this, that I really only have a look at the trends. And for that, very clear of a moment, we are seeing, obviously here in gold, a short-term uptrend again. That doesn't save you, of course, from still being stuck in a sideways range, but you can, and like, how can you make sure that you filter out those sideways ranges? What you could do is you could, for example, set the box size here instead of $1 to, let's say, $5. And then the whole chart will obviously change again. And you'll see you'll only have displayed really when the market tends to move a bit. Now, the downside, of course, of this is you might miss a lot of entries when you set it to $5. So I have it at $1. Had good experiences with that. Right now, I can see that markets are moving a little bit now as well. So I'm like up by $10 with my position, but of course I'm going to let it run. As I said, I risked 0.25%. Ideally, of course, I want to get out of a trade with a good risk to reward ratio. So maybe something like 1 to 1.5. That would already set me on the right track. What is a bit odd, in my opinion, this morning is that we see Bitcoin trending a bit higher again and gold moving higher. We saw the opposite of that last week, but it makes a bit sense because we see the indices very early in the morning trending lower. If possible, I would prefer to trade indices later that day, so not necessarily now already, but maybe starting at like 12 p.m. or 1 p.m. when slowly the NASDAQ futures come in as well. So let's see how it goes. For now, I'm long a little position in gold dollar to break the ice. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, this is of course Renko chart lag behind price action. They filter out noise but generate delayed signals. I'm not using the Renko charts for signals. I'm just using them to filter out the trend, because on 2-minute candlesticks or 1 minute or 5-minute candlesticks, you will have a lot of noise. And I don't want necessarily long sideways ranges when necessarily nothing is really happening on the market to trick me into positions. It's one way of avoiding this. It's not the only way, of course. It's my tool, which works fine for me. How about you? What are you looking at the moment, man? I'm going to add you.
Well, right now I am long on gold. Let's see if I can switch over to MetaTrader. I'm going to see if I can open MetaTrader here on my laptop, and I can perhaps share Oh, never mind, I can't do that. Okay, so I will switch over to so basically the idea I have here. I went long on.
Sorry, yeah, can I just very quickly interrupt you for 1 second, because I want to show this quickly as well again. Also, I have to find my MetaTrader now first. Here it is. So, market has run. So one of my core strategies for this week will also be that I will try to cut my losses as soon as possible. And part of that is that once the market starts moving in my direction, what it does right now, my entry was 35.7. We are at 40.7, so I'm up by $5 now already. That I want to adjust my stop loss very quickly to my break-even point already. So I'm going for, let's say 36. Let's say 36.1 maybe, to account for commission already, so that I already cannot lose money. I didn't edit, no? No, you can see it. Always the double click on StreamYard, the software here for me. So you can see 35.7 was my entry. My stop loss initially was 25. I said I want to cut my losses as soon as possible. So I'm going to adjust my stop loss. I just did this here to break even, plus a little bit to account for trading commission on gold. And then I'll just hope that it keeps on running, because this is what we saw very often in gold, that once it starts running, it runs by quite a margin. It doesn't necessarily return very much to maybe where you had your entry again. Of course, this will happen. Like doing it something like this will lead to you being stopped out at break even, and then the market goes into the direction that you anticipated. But for me, it's a part of my core strategy for this week that I want to make sure to cut my losses as soon as possible. Max loss can only be 0.25% per position. Sorry, now it's up to you, Jonatan.
Okay, so the trade I have open right now is on gold. As you can see right here, I bought this low time frame breakout. You can look at the 5 minutes. So bought the breakout when it broke up here. Looking to trade this trend that we got right here, which is quite clear trend. And then I'm simply looking to take it up to the previous resistance up here. So it's a simple trade. It's gonna be I will secure this trade a little bit, so I'll place my stop loss below that one. It's just this gonna make half a percent on this one if it hits TP. This is not the challenge account. I just got a link from the office with the coupons.
I think.
Coupons. Yeah, coupons. So I'm gonna send that out to who is it? Okay, Deanna needs an account.
I think LJ. Who else wrote the earlier? Let me have a look again. LJ and Anastasia? No, Anastasia
has one, I think.
Victor
got a coupon, but he has too many accounts, so he's limited. So I think he has to get a smaller account, and then we will just have to calculate the percentage.
He was already threatening us anyway, that for sure he's going to win.
Yeah, so let's see if I can go in and use one of these coupons to get myself one of the accounts.
Here, Mario needs an account too, he says.
Yeah, we all need accounts. Okay.
Yeah, target for gold. I mean, Jonatan just said it. Like, what is that? Like up 44.5, 45. I think it's on the last resistance, the last higher high we saw on gold. That for sure is a good target range. I might be trailing my stop. I think somebody asked them also if I use a fixed percentage. I do not. I have another strategy for that where I use an overlay of Heikin Ashi charts, but I don't for reasons that I of course want to keep my edge also. So I cannot share like every single little detail about my position or about my system. Bear with me, but I usually use that for trailing. But the most important thing is always to be able to get my stop loss to break even as soon as possible. Which, by the way, is also something that works for beginner traders very well because it gives you a little bit ease of mind.
I'm gonna log into the account right now. I just got my credentials.
I think your take profit is almost reached, man.
Almost. Yeah. I'm gonna open up. So I'm gonna keep that trade open on. So that's the real account I got that trade open on. I'm gonna log into the new account right here. Oh, nice mail.
Incoming mail.
Okay, so I'm now in on that. I can see if I can share my screen again. I'm now in on the with the challenge account. This is the one we're going to be using for the challenge. Now, obviously, I wanted to take this trade on the challenge account. Now the question becomes: is this now a shorting opportunity on gold? And I mean, we just went long, and the question is, where I want to take profit on the long, do I want to take profit at that area because I think it's simply the first trouble area, or do I think it's an area where gold might retrace? If I think it's an area where I think gold might retrace, then it makes sense to close the long and also start building short positions on the challenge account. And that's exactly maybe what I'm going to be doing. So we're going to be switching over to trading view first, to see if we could perhaps find any possible reasons to go short here.
I'm going to close that position now.
Okay, is it in profit? Did you make any money?
Yes, $33.
Oh my God! So is that on the challenge account? Is it?
That's the challenge account. So this is the first trade on the challenge account, up 33.25. So not bad. That's 0.15% up already on the first.
All right,
trade.
good stuff.
This is how it's nice to start the day, you know?
Yeah. Okay, so what I'm watching here on gold right now is first we want to do like a top-down analysis. We want to zoom out. We want to see what is gold doing right now on the higher time frames. What we see here on gold is obviously we're creating overall high time frame swing points are showing higher highs and higher lows. What's important to remember is that that's a high and this is a lower high. These are all lower lows. So the local structure, like on the lower time frames, or let's say the secondary trend. If you know the Dow theory, you know that you have the primary trend going like this, and this is a secondary trend, and this is the secondary trend. Now, the secondary trend is not necessarily a sign of a break of the primary trend, but the primary trend always breaks in the intermediate or secondary trend first. You will obviously, of course, always have a secondary bearish trend before the primary bullish trend breaks, but nothing is confirmed. Just like, you know, a high time frame rejection or a high time frame break of the primary trend was not confirmed here either, unless you would have like broke that area. And same thing goes for gold here. We really need to break that low to create a bearish primary trend. So gold on the high time frames right now, we're bullish. If we look at the 4 hour, we do see that right here we have a move down into the high time frame, not the 0.618, but the reload zone, perfectly hitting that 0.702. What happened then was we created sort of a double bottom. It's not really a double bottom. It's just a you could call it a V-shaped recovery like that. And then, of course, when you have a big move to the upside, a big move to the downside, a big impulse move to the upside, chances are that you will, of course, retrace some of that move because markets do not move in a straight line to the upside. Now, what's interesting is where the bounce happened. If we add the reload zone of the latest up move, which would also be, if you would look at this as a double bottom, which is not, but we can call this the right leg of the double bottom. If it would be a double bottom, then that right leg is right on the high time frame 0.618 and inside the midpoint of the low time frame reload zone as well. This tells us that there's a lot of strength in this market. And that's why I decided to go long based on that move. A trade that is going to hit TP soon. But we want to look at now that we are approaching this overall area right here, let me create a resistance zone. You can see the importance of this level right here. Now, do we want to go long here? Not really sure. I want to go long on the first initial test of the first trouble area. And what I mean by the first initial test is I'm talking about this move right here. Like that's the first test after a move down. And I'm watching this level right here. Of course, this level has been tested more times before breaking it as support. The first time breaking it down was here, and then resistance, resistance, resistance. So right now we're testing it for the third time, and arguably also on the lower time frames, we have tested it 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 or 5 times on the if we count on the 1 hour. So I'm thinking that we're going to get breakout, but it's very risky to buy prior to the breakout. What we can do though is we can add a level here. And we could say that if price, now there's different ways to determine if a breakout is a real breakout or not. And traders use different methods. Like first you want to maybe look at the oscillators, momentum indicators to see if you have any bullish divergence prior to the breakout. You might want to look at the volume spikes prior to the breakout or right on the breakout. And then to confirm the breakout, you have time-based confirmation, which is basically saying that if price trades above this level for a set number of candle closes or for a specific time frame, then that's a confirmed breakout. Or you just do a measured move. So you could say, for example, if price gets above this level, so if the breakout exceeds 0.5%, then that's a real breakout. So and the reason why I'm going through this is because I want to perhaps place stop orders for a breakout. So the question is then, if I'm going to place stop orders for a breakout, I can't use a time-based confirmation. I have to look at what levels. If gold breaks above a certain level, is that the level where I want to be buying? And I think in this case, we have 2 levels of importance. We've got first those wicks right here, and then that wick right there. And I'm willing to say that if gold gets above this level, I think we have a real breakout. So if gold gets above that level, if we break above that level, where is the next trouble area or the first trouble area of that move? And I think it's going to be around 3,300. So we add a level right here. That's 3,305. Make it 3,305. We're going to go in and we're going to look at the local price structure of that resistance. And by the way, we have some people coming over from China. So welcome everyone who's tuning in from China. We know that Dirk actually has a pretty big community of Chinese traders as well. So welcome to everyone tuning in from Dirk's channels.
Yes, 你们好，我的好朋友。
Okay, so he actually learned that not very long ago, right?
I learned a little bit of Chinese when I was living in Singapore, but my wife, let me give you an example of my Chinese language capabilities. I was one time with my wife, back then still my girlfriend, at a restaurant, and I wanted to impress her. So I wanted to order in Chinese. And then she basically said to me, well, Dick, I think she understood what you meant, but it sounded more like you want to ask her out on a date. So that about my capabilities of Chinese. Yeah.
Well, I don't know a lot of Chinese, but it did sound great. Anyway, welcome everyone from the Chinese community, and of course, everyone else from every other part of the world. Okay, so that's the level that I want to take profit at. We're looking at 1% move, and if we break above that level, that's where I want to buy that breakout. Now, if this is the true breakout, where should we look at placing our stop loss? Now, we know that a breakout, a confirmed breakout, usually. So if gold breaks above this level, and it's a confirmed breakout and it happens on high momentum, I think this level is going to get tested before a retest. Now there might be immediate retest, right? So where would we place our stop loss? So I want to look at where would support be, or where would the lowest point of support be if this is the breakout? I think it's going to be somewhere around here.
You just voted most likely to win the trading competition underneath your name.
I've had it the whole stream. I actually added that on Friday.
I need to end the stream and come back. No, just
you can just right click your name. I think you can check that in the settings. Okay, so I think this is the trade that I'm willing to take. Also, notice the unfilled gap here that we have on Oanda for gold, which is right here. So the take profit for this one would be halfway to filling that that gap as well, which is not super important, but still an interesting observation. This would be the trade that I would be looking at to take on gold as a breakout trade. The question is, will I place my orders right now or will I wait? We're also seeing here, I got MetaTrader to the left of me, to the right of me, and we're seeing a rejection right now. And it looks like, wow, okay, so I got to log into my other account because it seems that my take profit might have hit absolutely
on point, I think.
Perfectly. Really, okay, so I'm going to log in here. Wow. Okay, look at that. I'm gonna.
You got the top price, huh?
Yeah, I'm gonna impress you all here. I'm gonna show you something, and you're all gonna be wow. I wanna have those skills. Look at MetaTrader right here. Look at that. That I got filled nice. Right in the middle of that zone. That is a beautiful trade right there. What did I make on that one?
Nice.
Well, 108. It's 0.5%. It's something. It's something.
0.5% is fantastic. If you do that once a day, man, you are one of the top traders in the world.
Yeah, well, I don't do that.
No, nobody does. That's all. So you know what I was a little bit afraid for this trading competition. I thought like, it's like hopefully not going to be one of those drawdown weeks, And
I'm going to take a short here on gold now.
Okay, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for the pullback for a long position actually again. Yeah. But you might be right.
Where's the level? Where's the level? Where's the stop loss? Damn it! Where's my stop loss at? Show lines. Okay, here I'm taking a short here on gold. Gotta risk it. Gotta risk it.
50.
Algo trading. Gotta stop loss. There's a tight stop loss. Yeah, it's a tight stop loss. This is a. All right. Okay. Good. I'm short gold here, right? And I am taking profits at right down here. Okay. Let's go.
iPhone. Good luck. First trade in the competition.
First
Close it now, and I'm up already $60 on you. By the way, nice. Somebody was asking earlier. Let me see if I find that again. Was asking about the risk management. Like, is it a fixed risk size per trade, variable, or difference per stop loss range? I can only really highly recommend the tool you are seeing now here on Jonatan's screen on the top left. The position size. I think it's from earnforex.com. I just recently discovered that for myself as well. And it's maybe you can show like a little bit what you did just now. You really just need to choose how much risk are you willing to trade. So in this case, Jonatan said, I have 1% of risk in the box down there. Then you put on the direction of your trade, short or long, and your stop loss. And then it automatically calculates the position size requirements based on what you set there. And then you just need to click on the tab trading and I think execute or whatever it shows them. So that's like a tool that saves you a lot of time, that saves you those extra 10, 20, 30 seconds of calculating everything with either your mobile phone calculator or in your head. It's really such a convenient and great tool, and it's for free.
Yeah, it's really good, and you can also just drag and drop with the lines as well, so you can easily just drag the lines on the chart. Okay, so we're going to go into the 1 minute here. We're going to be zooming into gold right here. Now we're seeing a very clear top formation here on the local structure of gold. We can also add a fib here, and if this take profit line is not around or on the 0.618, I will jump out this window, and it's a ground level, by the way. So, okay. See. Oh, do I really have to climb out the window? Okay, it's pretty much around the same level. So I'm going to take profit right above the 0.618 between the 50 and the 0.618 right here. By the way, I have a window here in the basement. So when I say like jump out the window, it's actually crawling out the window and then like crawling on the ground. It's like a 5 centimeter drop. And actually, a couple of years ago, I had a live streaming session here, and my son locked the door to the office, and I had screwed a board over the window because I needed to control the light. I had the desk in a different way, so I needed to control the light in here. And he locked me in the office, and then my son and my fiance went to the store, and she had no idea that he locked me in. And they were gone for like way too long, and I had my phone upstairs, so I had no idea where they were. Like, and so I had to take down everything, and then I had my screens. Like my desktop was, so my screens were at the window, right? So I had to crawl over my screens, screw down that board, and open the window and crawl out the window. And as soon as I'm outside, oh, TP has hit. Well, look at that.
Nice
look at
trade.
that.
Wow.
That's story time. Now it's an even richer story here. Okay, so what happened? I'm crawling out the window. Now, who do you think just gets home from the store when I'm laying? And this is winter. Okay, this is in winter. So who do you think gets home when I'm crawling out in the snow in like a t-shirt and and like, what are you doing? I'm like, what are you doing? So, what are you doing? So, where are we doing? Nobody knows. Okay, I'm going long here on gold. Time to go long. Show the lines. Where do we have the lines? We're going to go long. Where do we have stop loss? Where's my stop loss? Show the lines right here. Okay, we're going to go long. Are we going to go long? Is this the 1 minute? Yes, this is the 1 minute. It's a good move to the downside. We are going long. We have our stop loss right below that level. We're going long right now. Boom.
DJ, okay. just go to Google, search for position size calculator earn Forex, and then it will, I think it's the first search result or second or one.
Okay, so
nice trade,
we're making some money here.
Really, bravo, nice one, really.
Nice, yeah, okay. Looking good, looking good. We got a bounce here. We're going to take profit right around those lows. We're going to be making maybe another $100 on this one. Now, the question is, will I continue to trade rest of the week, or will I just sit on this profit and hoping that nobody else makes money and everyone is blows their account, which is what it
that
is.
Would be boring. Come on, let's do like a whole week of trading and see where we are.
Yeah, I mean,
I know we are like trading with more risk than we usually would, you know, because obviously we want to have a bit of a show for you, and there's no guarantee. As I said, my greatest fear is that we have like a boring week, or I somehow mess mentally up and choose the wrong trades and end up with a loss for the week. But I think by the end of the week, also one consideration, if we have to vote, like, okay, who actually did best for the week, should not only be like, what's the absolute profit, but also how did you get there? How was your risk management? Did you like really, you know, YOLO in? It's not really possible, of course, with the account restrictions to go like totally crazy, or and got lucky, or, you know, is there like a consistency? Is there a pattern when it comes to risk management also visible?
So my risk management strategy here is going to be I'm gonna be compounding my risk here, which means I'm gonna, if I happen to be in a winning streak, I'm gonna get to the target quite quickly. But if I'm in a losing streak, I'm gonna run the risk of giving back a lot of my profits. So, for example, I am up 0.5% now. I'm going to be up 1% if this one hits TP. Now, what I'm going to do in next trade is I'm going to risk 2%. So if I miss that, if that 2% hits my stop loss, I'm going to be a break even, and then I will lower risk. So the whole idea here is to have a couple of winners in a row. If I have a couple of winners in a row, I'm easily going to be able to double the risk and get to the take profit of this challenge quite quickly. What is the reason? Someone asked, what's the reason of doing this? Well, the reason is to show that I'm the reigning champignon. Champignon. Yeah. Okay, we're getting close here to TP on gold right here. We're currently up on this one. We're currently up $50 on this one.
By the way, there is actually also a psychological reason for doing this compounding, what Jonatan just said. Maybe you have noticed that as well when you, in your journey as a trader. I'm assuming now that most of you have traded already, and usually winners come in a streak. So you'll have something like a good day, or this was a good week, you know, where everything went into my direction, where you very quickly feel this sense of superiority also, like you're the god of trading, or you have like a bad week or a bad day where everything goes against you. And on a psychological level, you can abuse that, if you allow me that expression, kind of to get more out of those days and weeks where things are, for whatever reason, running into your direction anyway. It's something I personally do not like to do. I feel more secure with always saying, my risk is 0.2 or 0.1 or 1%, whatever it is. But there are reasons for doing that. I think Victor also does that, if I'm not mistaken, no?
Yeah, I did not hear a word that you said. I'm very focused on price action here.
It's okay. And I said like on a psychological level, there are reasons for compounding, because we all know that by the end of a week, you go out like, oh, this was a really good week. Everything went into my direction. Or you have something like, this was not my week, you know, somehow I couldn't handle the market very well. So this always comes in clusters. Either you have a streak of winner trades or you have a streak of loser trades. It's very rare that you have like, oh, one winner, one loser, one winner, one loser, one winner, one loser, at least from my experience. So it kind of makes sense to abuse that, if you allow me that word, on a psychological level. When things are running good for you, you want to get the most out of it. But I said, it's not my way, honestly speaking, of doing that. I don't feel very secure. I'm more somebody who sticks to fixed percentages of stop loss, but I can see the reason for doing that. It makes sense on a psychological level.
Guys, I need some help. Let me know in the poll. I just opened a poll. Should I close the trade or not? I'm gonna give you 2 minutes. I'm gonna give you 2 minutes, guys. Let me know if I should close the trade or not. Let's put a little timer on here.
While the guys are voting, I'm going to get myself a coffee, okay?
Oh, I want a coffee as well. Look at that. It's moving down.
Why do you...
Okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Should I close the trade or not? 2 minutes. Go vote. 59% says yes. 52% says yes. 59% says yes. 56, 63, 59. Whoa, okay, it's moving. It's moving. Let's see. You want me to close the trade when I'm in drawdown, but look at this. It's gonna, okay, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Oh man. Okay, got 1.5 minutes left. Is it really gonna hit my stop loss? You know what happens when the price gets hit close to stop loss? You move the stop loss. That's it. Simple as that. Emergency diverted. Diverted. Stop loss. Just move the stop loss down, guys. That's how we do it. If it gets too close to stop loss, you move the stop loss. Simple as that. Okay, will I average into this? Of course I will. Let's open a new long position. Ride or die. Most likely die, but we'll see. See what happens here. New position opening. Oh, wow. That's a bad stop loss. Move stop loss down. Trying to save this position. I'm not, you know what? I'm not a close trade. I don't care what you say. I'm gonna end the trade. I'm gonna end the poll. I'm not gonna close it. Where's there's so many screens on here. I didn't even know which one's right one. All frozen again. Am I frozen? Can you guys see this? Okay, 60% of you thinks I'm gonna be closing this trade. Well, I'm not. I'm up $70 on that one. I'm closing that one. Okay, I made $70 on that one, which means I'll limit the risk a little bit on the other one. I'm going to close that one. I'm going to close that one as well. Am I? No, I'm not. I'm not going to close that one. I'm not going to close that one. Or am I going to close that one? Okay, I'm up 187. I need another push to the upside. Okay, 2 minutes gone. You know what? I'm going to be following your advice. I'm going to be closing that one. Okay, how much did I make on that one? I made 65 on that one, 90. 60, 70, 89. Okay, $30. So all in all, good management on that one. Now we're going to be waiting for a move above that one. And if we reclaim that level, I'm going to be going long again. So you see what I did here. Price went down, bought a new long position. Price went up a little bit, closed the long position in profit, and then closed the other one, which means around the around break even trade on that one. Afnan Khan says, Jonathan, you look weird. Yep. Have you seen your profile picture? I'm just saying, man. All right, let me see if I can take another position here. Let's see. Am I gonna go long? No, we'll wait. See, we're gonna be moving that one a little bit right there. All right. Let me see. We're reaching that resistance right now. If we can get above this level, then I am ready to go long once again. Pushing higher, looking at the 1 minute on, do we have some type of divergence here? No bullish divergence at all. The okay, can I get above that one? Guys, we got 360 people watching. We got a lot of people watching today, but we have quite a few likes left to get to that target. So make sure that you hit that like. I would love to see some more likes coming into the live stream here so we can activate that YouTube algorithm. Okay, look at that low time frame resistance area that we got right here. We're hitting that level as resistance. And I think if we can, we get a first rejection of this level as resistance. If we can get another push to the upside and kind of reclaim that level, I think it looks good for another long. Okay, something just happened. Something's just happening here with my PC. Did you guys see that?
Man, waiting for my long entry here. What did you do? You closed your short and went long already. Closed that as well. I was away like 2 minutes. Here we go.
Well, something happened with my PC. That's crazy. I don't know what happened. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see what happened? Like everything just started flashing, and the screens went from landscape to portrait mode. I don't know what happened right there. Okay, we're gonna go long, and once again, we're gonna go long. No, we're not gonna go long right now, but we're gonna be going long in just a minute. No, we're gonna go long now. I like the 1 minute. This looks like we got a breakout waiting to happen. We're going
here we go. Here we go. Long.
Yep. Okay, we're going long.
38.39 my entry.
I put my stop loss down here.
Where's your stop on this one?
I don't know. Okay, TP up here. Let's go.
31 my stop loss. Come on.
Afnan, like I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. I get a new camera setup though. Maybe that's why I look weird.
What? Who said you look weird? Afnan, how can you say Jonatan looks weird? He's like a.
Right, we're in profit right now. Everything's really good. No, we're not in profit. Wow, I thought we were in profit, but it looks like we're going to be breaking out, and we are in profit right now.
Here we go. Let's go. We are. I don't know if it's a good sign that we entered almost at the same second long. No.
Voted most likely to win the trading competition for a reason. You can see right below. Okay, what does?
The week is still long, man. The week is still long. But if we get that, in my case, second trade nailed now, it's like going to be hey. And we have to start breaking already in the WhatsApp 5ers group to put a little bit of insecurity into our fellow competitors.
Man, you know what? I want to take this whole setup that I got here, and then I want to move it outside. Like, I wish I could have, like...
But why? Is it like super nice weather at the moment, or what?
It is. It's like... okay, not really, but it's going to be getting better. You know what? Like, this screen... Look how wobbly this is. You see, I'm touching the... Like, it's so wobbly. There's so much weight on here and so many screens, and there's so... look at that. It's moving down.
Yeah, calm.
All right, guys. So we again, we're going to be moving our stop loss down, and we're going to be trying to save this position by getting a new buy order very low. If it gets lower, then we will close them at break even. Okay, it looks good now though. Okay, we're going to be moving that stop loss up again. And we got the TP up here. All we need now is a little breakout.
I want to see a breakout over 40. Come on.
Looks good though. I think the overall structure here.
Solid, yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, we got looking good here. Where's the tick? Can I see the tick chart? Where's that at?
Right here. Okay. On trading view, no, you can switch to that one. You mean? Oh God, you don't look at that. That is really, don't do that.
No, I think this makes a lot of sense because what you see right here is you actually see that
the break of structure. You mean you see that?
Yeah, we had the break of structure. We got the order flow coming into the market, and we got that breakout. So this right here tells me that I want to stay in the position. If we break down here, though, I want to be close in a position, and this is exactly what I wanted to see. We got a uptrend right here. Now we can manage that position maybe soon a bit.
Let's see.
You know what I'm hoping in this competition is that people will, like, if I'm gonna win this, I want to win with good trading, not just, you know.
That's my whole point of what I said earlier. You know, when I said we should take into consideration something like risk management as well.
Yeah, exactly. So I want to make sure that when it's not about winning, it's about actually seeing how much money can we make in a short amount of time with good trading, you know, and making sure that we actually take good trades. Okay, we've got JK.
You have a gold man.
3,252.
That's what I would like to see now. Yeah.
3,200. Okay, 3,252. Is that? I guess that's entry. No, that's his entry. Is it?
No, I think he says like when we break 3,252, next one is 6,7. I assume.
Yeah, definitely. That's
wrong.
That's a good trade. Yeah.
Jake. Oh, maybe he's an artificial intelligence. JKAI.
Maybe.
We got our first ChatGPT artificial intelligence viewer.
All right, guys, make sure that you hit that like. I know it's might be slightly disturbing when I'm keep telling you to hit that like all the time, but it's such an important thing for us, and it's such a small thing for you. Just hit that like on the live stream, and it's going to help us quite a lot. We almost have 400 people tuning into this live stream right now. Really? So welcome, everyone.
Wow.
If you're new here, welcome. I am Jonatan, and I'm most likely to win this trading competition that we got going on right now between internally in the 5ers. And we also have trading competitions for everyone who's open to everyone, and you can join them. We're doing trading competitions every Wednesday. You can go into the 5ers hub, sign up, log in, join the competition. The one that is starting on Wednesday is currently closed because we got all 10,000 people signing up for that one. But I believe the next one will open when this new one is closing. I don't know the details of that, but make sure you keep yourself updated on that. Okay, so we got gold right here looking fantastic. What about NASDAQ? NASDAQ had a breakdown of range. Are we hitting any type of support? Not really. This...
Yeah, it kind of makes sense as well on NASDAQ and S&P. If we form a new lower high now, and when it goes down further, then it's going to push gold up further.
We have a comment saying, never predict the market, then you can earn profit. I wonder if he forgot to log out of the company account before writing that comment.
Clarity funding. Who's Clarity?
Well, it is...
yeah, DJ, yeah. This one is really going to help you. That was... I mean, the thing for this belongs to Jonatan because he was the one referring it to me, but it's such a time-saving tool, really. Come on, 40. Yeah, here we go. And now go up to 47 again. then we have a very nice.
I think I need a new. Wait, Hi, can you think about your spread? It's very high, too hard to scalp. Okay, so the spread on the 5ers is not only the best spreads across all prop firms, it's the best spread, the best conditions that you will ever find in the Forex space. Okay, some prop firms might have slightly better spreads on gold, but man, like if you need lower spreads than what we have, then you're probably trading in a way that is it's not going to be consistent and profitable long term. So we actually do have the best spreads. So I'm curious to know what you are comparing our spreads with right now. Now that's for Forex. I don't know if we have the best spreads on indices. We do have commission-free trading, though. I think the spreads are.
Yeah, that's the thing. And yeah, it's like you said. I mean, if you run like some kind of high frequency trading operation, you know, I understand, of course, that like every cent of spread matters if you do like 3, 5, 10,000 trades per day, for sure. But I don't think like a prop trading evaluation account of a whole setting of a prop trading company is the one you should be looking for. You're more like looking for direct future access and direct order book liquidity you can tap into. There's a solution for that as well. But for the normal trader who, even with the things we are doing here, I mean, you could see Jonatan just now changing positions very quickly. The spread is good for that. It's all a matter of discipline, of waiting for the right entries and exits. And I know that sounds like a lot of nonsense, blah, blah, I'm saying right now. But I agree. I've been trading now for 26 years. And when it comes to Forex, when it also specifically comes to fair treatments of your stop losses, the 5ers is great. I've seen that many, many times that I, for example, get stopped out at another broker. I'm not going to say the name now here, and but at the same time, in my 5ers position, I'm not stopped out. And this is why is that? This is because most of the brokers out there, Forex brokers, run you on so-called B books, meaning your position does not go into the market, it goes into their book. And they take the opposite of your position, meaning they profit when you lose money. This is why you sometimes have this weird thing where you think like, how come I got stopped out in this position, you know? And then you hear something, oh yeah, at night the spread gets wider, which is BS in my opinion, if we look at least at something liquid like gold or euro dollar or any major pair out there. But they'll tell you that because, you know, if you get stopped out, they win off your position. And this is also why sometimes you will have problems if you are a successful trader and earn money, that the Forex broker suddenly will come with all kinds of excuses to not pay you out. And you really experience this for yourself. It's a whole different story here. It doesn't protect you from losing money. You still need to make good trading decisions, obviously, but you don't want to make your life necessarily any harder than it's possible. Plus, I assume most of you guys out there don't have like something like 100K to trade with your own money with. So doing this type of prop evaluation with the goal of getting passing the evaluation phase and getting funded, you don't get that cheaper like this. This is the easiest way to get like 100K you can trade. And if you're doing well, you can scale it up to $4 million US on some of the accounts. So this is the way to do. And I'm not an employee of the 5ers, by the way. So I'm not telling you this with having the glasses on of, oh, I have to say things like this. Believe me, this really comes from the bottom of my heart. No, the 5ers does not operate a B book.
Oh, by the way, Rich is in the competition as well. I forgot to mention Rich. Now, Rich said, what did he say? They can't vote for me if they don't know that I'm in it. Yeah, because I forgot to mention Rich. So Rich is actually a very, very big player in this trading competition. Arguably the most important trader within the competition. So make sure that you pay attention to his P&L, the way he's trading, and you know, the way he carries himself during this competition. Very important person. So now I've said that Rich is in the competition. Pay attention to Rich. and his P&L. Nope, no pressure, obviously, no pressure. But a lot of people are watching Rich, and they want him to succeed. As the performance coach of the 5ers, you would think that Rich has it all figured out from a psychological point of view and a performance point of view. We'll see.
Sometimes having Jonatan as a friend is like having an enemy as a friend.
Oh, I mean, you got to keep your friends close, you know.
But your enemy is closer, right? Wasn't it like this?
Yeah. my StreamYard just crashed here on the other computer.
I think you are like putting too much weight on your computer right now with all your screens and gadgets, especially since you run it all on one power outlet.
Yeah, I'm thinking the house is probably going to be burning down.
That's okay, but at least wait for that until your family is out of the house.
Okay, so they're out of the house. They're out of the house. Okay, I'm now up $113, and I closed along on gold. As you can see right here, it had the momentum, but now it's turning back down. I think for me the trade on gold, the move on gold today is gone. Now we're in more of a ranging structure. We have a potential breakup structure here, but there's too much support below for me to short. So gold is off the table today. Not going to be trading with gold more today unless we have a break above that level that I showed on TradingView. And the thing with trading, when I'm trading like this, I'm usually performing best in the first 1 to 2 hours of the day. And then after lunch, I tend to perform quite poorly. So I'm gonna try to I'm going to try to take it easy the rest of the day, because I feel like I want to, I want to be able to, I want to be able to be in profit. If I'm gonna do this competition, I want to end this in profit, because a lot of times we do these trading competitions and it's like, we're going all in, we're risking, we're doing everything we can to win, which means like 2 people are in profit. One is like an insane good profit, one is around break even, and the rest is just a blows through account. And that's not what I'm doing.
And if you do like this, like sometimes like we do like a live stream competition for like 2 hours or something like this, you tend to try to get this one trade and then not trade at all anymore, because you're afraid to give it up all again, because there's so much luck involved. So I'm really, really looking forward to see how this whole week is going to turn out. As you can see, I'm still long gold, and I'm in a minute going to show you my reasoning for this. My stop loss down here at 31, but I agree with Jonatan, looks quite solid when it comes to... Did you just remove my screen? Thank you.
No, I didn't.
You didn't? Maybe I removed it myself.
That's what I'm saying.
That's weird. There's something I think going on with oh, come on. Yeah, now it's... Where is my... Okay, I'm going to switch to this one because I said I want to show you my reasoning for this. So my reasoning for staying long for the moment in gold, and I know this like looks probably not going to tell you anything, what you see here is that I said that earlier, when we usually see around this hour indices moving down. So I'm talking about the US 100, so the NASDAQ 100, the S&P 500.
But Mike has a very important question here, and I actually like... Mike, I saw a message from you. It was like, you said something like, these trading competitions are not good for me. So I'm thinking, I'm thinking it's you. Thinking you're the person most likely to go full tilt and blow their account. That's what I think. Let's see. Well, it's going to be interesting to see where he's at.
He's not. We are going to end the week up with funded accounts. So
you know what? This is one of a kind. This is what. There's only one of these in the whole world. Only one of them.
There's only one.
And I'm talking about the hoodie, obviously.
Okay, can I like continue now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. So my reasoning for that is, I said it earlier, at this time of the day, usually when we see indices going down, we see gold going up because there's an inverted correlation, obviously. And we have, first of all, we had the S&P 500, we had the NASDAQ in a downtrend. since basically they opened this morning. And that is the futures now, of course, yeah. And I see it nibbling around this moving average, which I'm not going to go into too much detail what kind of moving average that is. Same at the S&P 500. So my working theories is at the moment, since I re-entered gold, or also here on the bounce of that moving average, that gold actually might go higher and attack the 47.7 or whatever we had as the local high. So that's my take profit at the moment for that position. So I think Jonatan got out a little bit too early.
I'm wrong.
What you're long again? You know, you're so fast.
Long,
I cannot even follow anymore. That's good, man.
Yeah.
And so once we see 42, 43 as a price in gold, I'm going to do the same that I did earlier again. I'm going to move my break even, my stop loss to break even again, that way around, because as I said at the beginning of the stream, one of my core strategies for this week is cut your losses as soon as possible. And I'm willing to take into account that this will lead probably on a few occasions or a few more occasions to something where I put my stop loss to break even, then the market comes back, takes out my stop loss, and continues in the direction I anticipated first. And so let me change here again to my MetaTrader. Oh yeah, my MetaTrader is gone again. That sometimes happens when I share my MetaTrader, and I need to restart it now. Blah. Let's see if it's there again. It's not. Give me 1 minute, guys. Yeah, here it is again. Good. Somehow StreamYard, I think it's very buggy lately. So here you can see this is my position at the moment. Market was up to 41 and something, so I would like to see something like 42, 43, so somewhere up in this vicinity to put my stop loss to break even. Until then, I don't see any necessity to change anything in the position. Jonatan might be right that we are going into a phase now where we more see a sideways moving market. That's very often we've seen that already at 10:30 when we start streaming, that gold likes to go into the sideways move and not do very much until later on the USA joins the session. So around 2:33, more action again. But that's okay. I've taken that into account. So if we range now for a while between, I don't know, 35 and 42 or 43 or whatever, that's okay. I don't see any necessity in my strategy, because I'm not obviously aiming at these short bursts like Jonatan does here with his scalping, to wait this one out for a little bit. Is there anything else you're looking at the moment, Jonatan? Or are you
I'm way too busy looking at gold.
Yeah, that's the thing for me as well.
So I bought on gold what I thought was the breakout. Now I'm going to be entering a new position here because I probably need to save this position right here. So okay, so we're entering another long here. Let's see. Okay, so I'm going to be closing. I'm going to have to close one of the longs. Let's see. Okay, so what we're doing right now is we're either going to blow the account, or we're going to be making a lot of money. Let's see. We're not going to blow the account, are we? No, absolutely not.
You're losing like 2% or what?
That's a terrible thing to say. Yeah, no, I'm I don't know. Yeah, 2%. I'm up half a percent already. So we're gonna go down a little bit here, and I'm gonna be I'm just gonna be pressing to buy long here any minute if we go lower. All right, let's see if we can get lower. I like that. Okay, I'm going to enter a third position right here. Now we're in with quite a lot of risk here. Rich is probably watching this and he's like, yes. But I say no to that, Rich. I say up we go. And Rich is like, you know.
You're doing like the YOLO already, yeah?
No.
We're like,
not at all. Look
at 1.5 hours into the competition.
Now we just need not to push it upside and we're good. This is not a YOLO. This is a type of.
I'm going to say one of my trademark things now. I'm like the chicken feet here, who already feels he's risking too much when having 0.25% risk per trade. And here we are, Jonatan long by, I mean, what is that here actually? That is 0.01 lots are 1 ounce, right? On the contract specifications.
1.8 lots, so right on the 2 lots.
So you basically bought like Fort Knox right now.
Really? No way.
No, not really, but it's like, hey, that's a lot. How much are you going to lose if that goes down?
I don't know. I got this peppermint, like oil. It smells. I take this and then put it above fire. I'm meditating, keeps me calm, and right now I feel like I need some of this. Wonderful peppermint. Is it called? It's called peppermint in English.
Peppermint, yeah.
Oh come on, Gold. Don't do this to me. I'm gonna be having.
What's that in Swedish? Peppermint.
Oh, I don't have any leverage.
No, what is that in Swedish?
How can I not have any leverage? I'm on a high stakes. Oh, this smells wonderful. Look at that wick, by the way, in 1 minute. Look at that wick. That tells us that we're going higher. That's exactly what we're going to do. I feel much better now.
By the way, we exactly bounced off the 50 EMA again on the 2-minute chart. Exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Bounce that wick to the downside.
Amazing. How is this revenge trading, though?
That's not revenge trading.
This is not revenge trading. This is, averaging, digging your own grave.
You gotta keep in mind for that, guys. On the high stakes account, you have a maximum loss of 5%. So that translates to $1,000. So at 19,000, if I'm not mistaken, you would be stopped out of this challenge, right? 5%, no? It's like target 10%, or is it 8%? See, I don't even know how.
I gotta look that up. I feel like I'm losing.
Let's have a look here.
Grip of
for the program, high stakes. Oh no, so maximum loss is 10%. 10%, but your max daily loss is 5%. Excuse me. So, so you basically could go down, not today, but in total today by 1,000, in total by 2,000 US dollars. So if you hit 19K today, you would need to close your position. If you overall hit 18K, you are out of the competition basically because you hit max loss. And I know, like, normally on your private account you wouldn't trade like this anyway. So always keep that in the back of your mind. Of course, in a joyful way, we are trying to achieve the max result here, because naturally we're all competitive guys and ladies in this case. So you're not going into competition like this. Oh, I'm happy if I do average.
We're finding support here. Everything looks absolutely fantastic. Do this. I just got a text message saying I got a package to pick up. I don't remember ordering anything.
You did for sure. You have packages every day. Some nice technical stuff, a new TV, new camera, new microphone, background lights, monitor.
Yeah. All right, we're back in profit. I'm going to be closing one of them. Bro, how much did I make on that one? $24. Ladies and gentlemen, $24. All right, here we go. Ride or die. We do not encourage risky trading at the 5ers. However, if you know how to manage your risk, go ahead. Risk it. For the biscuit. Okay, we're going to be closing that one as well. Boom, move higher, move higher. Okay, we got, how much do we have on that one? We got $24 on that one. We got about $36 on that one. Okay, nice. Aria is going to be moving up to that entry on that one. Then we are good. All good.
Come on, let's go.
I like how people see me trade like this, and they're like, I'm in draw there, and like, oh, look at that gambler, look at that gambler, look at that. He's, all of this, and then I make money, and they're like, wow, that's good trading.
Yeah. You know what is people always like to talk about others' misfortune. Let me put it like this, and don't let that get to you.
No, that's a. It won't
so
get
come
to
on,
me
I want to see 43 hours. So I can put my stop loss to break even, and then I can just see if that one takes out the last higher high. But yeah, this is around the area we bounced to the downside a bit last time.
All right, I closed that one right there. Okay, we're now up 150. Nice. $150. I'm gonna stop trading for the maybe not the day, but definitely gonna be taking it easy right here.
Oh, why not? Some in the book almost up by what is that, 1.5? No, how much? 146.
Yeah,
nice.
0.75 or something.
Yeah, good. Good.
Michael, I think Michael might have blown his account. We need a special price for him. I have a price for him. But I ordered a mini PC, and it came with a very nice packaging. And I'm thinking,
like, if you're an anxious person, like the perfect thing, like.
Yeah, and I'm thinking from Mike, because he already blew his account. He might need like a helmet, and I think you can put it on like this, and it will, maybe help him when he, travels from between home and office for safety.
I actually think. For real now, maybe the next time we do something like this, we should order like a trophy. One trophy for the winner and one trophy for the loser. And you have to put that in the background when you live stream. Like for the loser, I don't know, like a big pile of poop or a cucumber or whatever. And for the winner, like a nice and decent trophy. And whenever we do this, you gotta send it to the person who comes in last/first for the week.
I'm gonna order a cake. Yeah, I'm gonna print out an image. Yeah, I'm gonna print out an image of Mike, put it on a cake, and it's gonna say, yeah, okay, that's gonna be fun. Oh, yeah, nice.
Come on, it's really it's interesting to see the action here right now in gold. It's like whenever we go down, there's like buying power again. I think we're going to see a nice candle up if we break out of this, if we break over 42. If we break over 42, and that's a new higher high then as well. Come on, I need that now. I need that.
I will.
You're going long again, right?
Yeah, I'm probably going to be buying the break.
Did you just say you want to take a break now?
Yeah, well, I want to take a break, but it's just.
But you cannot.
It's not me. It's the market. It just keeps pulling me back. It keeps pulling me in.
We also could have done
now that Alex is gone. Is Mike Jonatan's new rival? Well, I mean, Alex is still like he's not around, but he's kind of like around, and I would say that man, Alex is pretty good, man. Okay, so apparently Michael ran some bullshit EA called Margin Trader, and he blew the account because of that. It's just like, okay, Mike, you go sit in the corner.
Come on.
You know, go sit in the corner. You know, think about what you did. But yeah, should we give Mike another account?
I vote yes. I vote yes.
Okay.
But in order to win the competition, his profit needs to be double of the second.
He must be trading with a bicycle helmet on live stream. He must be like with a helmet.
I love it.
Should we give Mike another account? Yes or no? Go in the poll and yeah. Yes or no? Should we give Mike another account? Yes or no? I don't think he's gonna wear a helmet live though. I don't want him to.
He has to shave his head.
No, that's brutal.
What do you mean?
Yeah. Well, okay. So you,
I beautifully set up that trap for you, and you stepped right into it, man.
Yeah, you did. Wow. Okay.
Roche from South Africa, and he's a great trader. And you can show that to us by getting funded, man. And then you come on to the live show here and trade with us.
Yeah. Magdalena says, I want an account. Yeah. Okay. So what you can do if you want an account, you can. So first of all, hit the subscribe, because as soon as we hit 70K, we're around 67 or 68,000 subscribers right now. As soon as we hit 70K, we're going to do a big giveaway. Also, we got the trading competition. You can go into the hub, you can sign up, you can log in, trade, and the first 100 will get a prize. And within that prize pool is evaluation accounts. So definitely check that out. Samir, I think it's Samir. Oh, are you the person I just interviewed? Are you the person I just interviewed? Great trading, by the way. Awesome, very nice. Mike says, I managed to unban you from ABL. Like, yeah. Do you book good traders? So what we have is we have a pool, a trading pool, where traders get connected to that pool. So you're basically, so the account that you're trading when you're funded, it's not that your funded account is, you know, the money that you see in your funded account is the exact money that you have available in the markets, in the real markets. What we have is we have the accounts connected on the back end to the you know, the fund, right? So obviously good traders that trade well are going to get more allocation to that fund on the back end. So yeah, basically. It's like summer outside and all I see is this little window. I really wish I could open the window though. That I can open.
For you, it's summer. It's like 10 degrees, raining, gray.
Really?
So if you don't have a depression already from trading, you're getting one just by staring outside the window. But tomorrow it's supposed to get better finally. I hope so. So my veggies and fruits in the garden start growing a bit.
I haven't even put down my potatoes. I'm gonna go long here on gold, by the way. Definitely gonna break out now. Yeah, going long. Yeah. Oh shit, that's a bit too big. Okay, no, it's good. It's good.
Here we go.
Breakout coming. Let's go. It's about to break out.
Let us see this God candle to 47 now.
That's gonna take profit right up here. It's a small push to the upside. How much are you gonna be making on this one? $52.
It's not about that. It's about the percentage now.
Yeah, but it sounds good though. Like $52.
Oh, I thought
Like
it's you mentioned. Oh, that's not a lot. I think it's really good. Ah, come on. No, was rejected again.
It's gonna break out. Come on, gold breakout.
It's like on the 2-minute, like sneaking higher, candle by candle. Like,
all right, I might have to might have the average down here again.
no, not necessarily. $3,240, and when we go up, Michael is saying here. Yeah, you could be onto something there, I think. But quite a rejection now first. We could also see, well, 3,240, yeah, actually 38 is my important average at the moment. I don't see any necessity in changing my position at the moment. Anyway, if we really go down to 31, I'm going to be stopped out.
Bert, it's not about blowing the account for a salary. It's about being entertaining as well. It's about, you know, it's doing in a way where people enjoy watching it. However, the account is not blown yet, though.
Yeah.
But you're free to join the trading competition next week and let us know where you're at. This is not a giveaway, though. Thank you for joining, but we're not doing a giveaway today.
I think you need to average. Oh, you did already. What do I? And no need to.
I don't think the trading competition is open to US traders because we do not currently have accounts for US traders. But thank you a lot. I do appreciate that. We do this Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. About 5 hours a day. Yeah, we're live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And we're going to be doing a lot of live trading this week because we're all doing the competition. And then we're going to be running that till Monday. So next Monday, we will look at the results and we will see who makes the most amount of money. I am digging myself a hole again. Interesting to see. I'm
out of the long.
Maybe if I dig enough of a hole, might take me to your fans in China.
I had an insane profit of 6 cents net on this position.
Nice. Mike is writing something. Mike, this is an English channel. Can't go around writing things in Polish. But what does this mean? Okay. If someone please translate that. How do I translate that? Okay, we go into... Wow, it's going to hit that stop loss. What the hell?
Yeah.
That's too close, man. Gonna move it down. Don't hit the stop loss. Don't hit stop loss. Oh, look at that. I'm going to enter a new position. Holy shit.
Cannot anymore.
That was close. My God.
I should have bought down there.
I
had a hunch. I had a hunch just know that this would happen.
Wow. Okay. Let's see. Google Translate. That's right. That's a good. Dinesh says, "Don't use a stop loss. You will never lose." I like that. That's a good approach. Okay. Detect.
The5ers, where you learn everything you don't need to know about trading.
Yeah. Okay, how do I copy?
But I mean, that was quite a bounce, really.
Okay. Mike says, "Watch out. His head will explode." Okay. What that means, but yeah. Okay, I'm in profit on one of the positions. Wow, that was a crazy move right there. Should I just remove the stop loss? Yeah, I should probably just remove the stop loss. Yeah, okay, no stop loss, no loss. How we roll. Go. Okay, so let's just do it like this then. Hoping we're gonna get back to that the range highs right there, and if we do, we're gonna be all safe again. Yeah, this is gonna be a massive loss if it hits that stop loss. Oh, let's go.
Sorry, I'm seeing something in the background.
Wow.
Nice. Mike, you're the goat. You are.
Well, I can't bring a helmet because I'm at the office, but will a tin hat do?
That's okay.
It's you know, I think it's appropriate given the fact that, you know.
Ah shit! I gotta close this position. I'm gonna hit the daily stops.
I think you're gonna you're gonna blow the account, Jonathan. So you're gonna be.
Is the 5% daily? Is that a hard stop? Will I? Is that a hard stop? It's a hard stop.
Well, there's a chance we're going to see that now.
Yeah. Holy yeah.
Daily stop is incoming, or maybe you want to hedge it, Jonathan. Hedge it.
Yeah, I'm gonna hedge it.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
I think.
I mean, there's a chance that we are going to bounce here. I have to say that. Yeah, 35 is pretty solid. And we see index are down, so it's a bit of an odd move anyway. But I mean, I closed my long for a reason at break even. So
okay, why did this one open and close at the same time? Have I already hit it? Okay, I gotta go in and see if it's disabled or not. Well, this is amazing, isn't it? Let's see. Is it okay? It's
there's one thing I want to point out. Magda, he is a lovely person. He is an absolutely amazing, wonderful person. But the problem is that if
yeah,
too many compliments can cause issues. So you just got to be careful. All right. So
what do you mean cause issues? It's not going to cause any type of issues. You can compliment me as much as you want. However, my fiance is watching, so keep it clean. Keep it clean. That's all I want to say.
Oh, dear.
Okay, we're at the lows right now. We're going to be hitting. We're going to be bouncing here. You know, because gold bounces on support. That's what it does. Right at that support right now looks very, very good.
Like you guys continue like this. I'm going to be the only one left in the competition tomorrow, I think.
I thought it was. Hang on. I genuinely thought the competition was first to the bottom. Like who could blow the account first? Okay. Wasn't that the whole point? Was to prove, you know, that this.
I thought you turned around your screen, so it looked like.
No, Alex does the inversion. Alex does the inverted graphs and charts.
Was it like Control I again?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So Anyway, I'll be back in a little while. But I just want to let you know that I don't have a helmet, but
It's okay.
tin hat.
You still got half an hour to build a proper helmet out of aluminium foil also.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. All right, bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. Okay, we got a gold. We got a bounce here. Happening.
So
it is happening.
In the meantime, I did like 2 trades and I'm up $33 at the moment, which what I feel less stress than what you're having there, man.
You know what? I don't feel a lot of stress. I feel good. I mean, I'm completely confident that this is going to go my way.
It is, man. It is, man. I'm confident. Actually, I'm waiting for the bounce now here also. And then I'm going probably back in long at the same area that I was earlier, but that's okay.
It looks like the 5% daily drawdown is removed from these accounts. Because I'm pretty certain that I did hit mine.
Did you? Because you had a little bit, you had like $100 or something in profit also already, no?
Yeah, so we can look at what the highest profit was. The highest profit was 120, and 5%.
Oh, Mike says they are most definitely not removed. So I assume that was what happened to Mike. Huh?
Okay, so 5% must be 1,000, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's not hit.
Yeah, because you had a margin, you had like 1,100. I think you could lose before hitting that hard stop.
Yeah, no. So I went down. I went down to 700, and
it was a close call already.
Yeah, so about 200 away.
Yeah, like $1-2 lower in gold, and that would have been it.
Yeah. But what's weird though is I entered this position one lot, and then it closed it immediately.
But I heard at one point when you try to trade, you had this, you know, what MetaTrader does when it rejects your trade.
Yeah, but this one closed and it opened and closed at the same time.
Okay, that's weird.
Yeah.
Was that the hatch or no?
No. Oh wait, I sold that one.
Yeah.
That makes no sense. That's super weird.
Or was that automatically?
I don't know. That I gotta look that up. I gotta talk with the guys in the office because this is weird. I opened the long position and it says sell. And it has the same open and closing time.
So guys, I'm getting ready here. I want to see price a little bit more up, and then I would really enter long again to try the same again to see if we get the breakout this time. And my stop here would be pretty much the same, 31. Yeah,
this makes sense, by the way. I had a stop loss in, and the stop loss was too close to current price. I forgot to remove
that can be. That can be.
Forgot to remove the stop loss.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well, Jay. That he was looking to hedge one. But man, you got lucky on that one, really. Okay, here we go. Long gold. Chip.
All right, let's see.
And I want
Hubert, there is no competition to join right now. I'm not sure when the next competition is open, but we're doing it weekly. I gotta look up the details on when the next competition is opening.
Every week contest. I'm just looking right now. I think you can join already the next one, starting at the 28th. There's a join now button.
Oh, really?
Yeah. 28th of May starting. Participants 2,200 of 20,000. So, guys, you might want to go to the hub. If you're not registered, you need to register. Obviously, go to the hub and register for the next competition starting on the 28th. So that's in 9 days from now. 2,200 of 20,000, more than 10% already taken. And 21st. Well, 21st is the one starting now, which is already full. So we have the 10 out of 10,000 people registered already for that one. And the next one after that, already the registration is open now. So the 5ers upped the maximum numbers of competitors from 10 to 20,000. But I see that already 2,200 people have registered. So you really might want, if you want to participate in that one, you really hurry up, leave a like, subscribe to the channel first, of course, and then you go to the 5ers hub and you join that competition.
That's right. You can join it right now. That's right.
Yeah,
you can
right now.
Yeah, it's called Top 100, and it's starting the 28th. Yeah.
Are you going to close that rate down there? 80 plus?
No. I'm gonna make some money here. If it hits these highs right here,
you're going to take profits now. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be making money overall if we hit this area. So I'm not gonna.
Okay, that's an important point. Of course, you can only sign up if you aren't signed up for the one this week. All right. So that's a good chance for everybody who didn't get a spot this week to make sure that you get a spot for next week. It makes a lot of sense, actually. I think that's just fair. And Jonatan,
look at this, guys. Look at this.
I'm celebrating you, but at the same time, I'm cursing you for for what you did there. Really, it's like 9 out of 10 times something like this is not going to end well for you.
No, definitely not. We'll see. I mean, it could still turn around here. I mean, I'm not safe, but you know, it's a very strong. I think we're gonna hit that high. I mean, it's gonna keep this open.
One thing is for sure, this area around 33.5 to 34.5 is really quite a solid support right now.
I'm just gonna move my TPs down just a little bit. A lot of volatility today in gold.
Yeah, which is good, no?
Yeah.
That's what we want to see.
That's right. Let's see what we can get here.
My God, it's almost 12:30 already. We've been streaming already for 2 hours almost. Time flies.
2 hours?
Yeah.
Thought we were only going to be streaming for 1.5 hours.
No, we have 2 hours, no, always.
Do we have 2 hours?
12:30. You should know what you set up the times.
That's right. We got 2 hours. Nice. Okay, look at gold. Well, I think it's looking decent. I'm gonna be creating some stop losses here. Now the thing is, if this stop loss is gonna hit, then most likely that 5%. That 5%. I'm gonna be hitting that daily loss. So I will actually have to.
That's why it's
I will have to take some profits here.
Right?
What?
That's why it's called the 5%ers.
Yeah.
No, Unzi, I don't know how to pronounce it, sorry. Of course, it's possible to open more than one trade at a time. So it's totally viable to have a strategy where you scale into trades, for example. I know some prop trading companies out there don't allow you to do that. The 5ers does allow you to do it because it's part of your realistic trading. So nothing wrong with that.
Okay, I might be getting ready to start closing this. Well, it's looking interesting though. Saul says he haven't seen anyone blow their account on stream before. Well, I think you is this the first training competition you joined? Yes, I have blown a couple of accounts, I think, in the past.
Oh, I muted. So quite some candles in gold now.
Yeah.
Where's your stop? Oh, I can see that myself. 32. Okay. 35 is kind of a key level for me here right now. But interesting, like really 2 hours, and we haven't touched anything except gold. Like I would have,
and you know when
we go like for GU or EU or something as well.
Like these training competitions, they're crazy because it's like when you're really getting into it and you've decided that, at least for me, like I'm gonna trade this actively, I'm gonna be scalping and looking at lower time frames. It really does feel like time flies.
It does,
because you're so focused.
Is that question here from Magdalena, is that a thing at The5ers? Do you know that? Max 200 trades per day? I mean, in the TNC, I don't think I've seen this as a restriction.
I don't know about that. And this also counts for every take profit stop loss. So basically every order executed. Yeah, Alpha. So for the rules for the trading competition, says that only one position can be open at any given time. We're not doing that trading competition though. We're doing a competition internally with us as hosts, the 5ers.
This is true for the trading competition right now for the clients. But if you are on a normal, like say you buy an evaluation or high stakes account, this doesn't apply to that. You can have more than one position open.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Same like we are doing right. And I mean, it makes sense to restrict this a bit on in the trading competition there, because it encourages more clean trading. Because otherwise, you'll end up people like, saying like, oh, I'm going to roll the dice now. I'm going to say euro, dollar, or gold is going up, and then I'm just going to add and compound the position further. And if I'm lucky, I'm going to end up with a huge win. If not, well, then I lost the competition. It doesn't encourage healthy trading and realistic trading. So I think like this, we're going to have a more realistic picture of who really traded well for the 6 days the competition is going to go on.
Okay, let's see if we can get that push then. A small little push. Small push. Okay, so I have an old poll here. It says, should we give Mike another account? Yes, 74%. Okay, I'm gonna end that one. Yeah, okay, so I've sent Mike a link with a coupon he can use to get a new
He can only get the 5K account, right?
Yeah, no, let's see. It's gonna be interesting to see how long he keeps that one.
The winner of the internal competition will have fame and glory forever.
Well, we have to come up with something. I'm definitely gonna be coming up with something. Because this is a full, full week. It's a big thing,
Champion.
Oh my God, look at that. Push. Come on, Gold. Push to the upside here. I want to make some money on this incredibly risky position.
We all love Mike.
Let's go. Upset. Oh, wow. Look at that. Look at that. Is it really going to hit that TP? I can't believe I went from
it's
pit
not there
from
yet,
hitting stop loss.
It's not there yet.
Yeah, I know. Oh my God, it's going to be glorious.
I sincerely hope it's going to hit it for you.
Come on, Gold. Let's do it. Oh, I can't look. Can't look. Ah.
Isn't that always like this last dollar move, this last tiny move? That's where the anxiety hits.
If price I'm gonna close it. I'm gonna close it. Okay, close it.
All right, here we go.
All right, I am now up. Okay, 155. Okay, I'm done. I am done. There's no way I'm gonna be trading more now. Okay, I'm gonna switch over to Trading View.
I think you are. Why has it's so funny, like my screen sharing always stops like for only when I'm on my 5ers account. That's so weird.
Okay, it would have hit that TP, but I'm done. I've closed down MetaTrader here. I'm gonna take it easy. Oh my God. But now I have alerts for a possible breakout, of course, on Gold here. Because if it breaks out, I'm obviously gonna be buying that breakout. Wow. Manuel says 33 win rate with 3 EUR. Can I become a funded trader with the 5ers? There's only one way to know. Only one way to know.
Show us what you got.
Yeah.
Yeah, come on. Okay. We want to see that breakout now over 42.5, and then I want to see that candle to 47 or 45 at least. And then I can enjoy my lunch and rejoin later on when we have more trading action, when we actually get some liquidity in the NASDAQ and EQ futures.
Wow, I can't believe I saved that. Saved both of those positions.
Sometimes you need to be a little bit lucky, also, no?
Yeah, that was a wild ride.
And now you can go about it a little bit more relaxed, also.
Yeah,
but I know that's not on your menu. Yeah, gold really doesn't like to break out there.
No, it seems gold. The gold is kind of not sure what it wants to do, but I'm happy I'm out of that one because it's definitely.
And it was good that you manually closed it just now. It wouldn't have hit. Just take profit, yeah.
Oh, exactly. Phoenix is asking why is news trading banned? It's not banned, but on a high stakes account, if you make money trading the news, you will not keep that money. If you lose money trading the news, you will keep the loss. And it's simple, because with the profitable, good traders that are funded, you're getting connected to the back end to trade, our pool of money. And if you have high leverage, if you're trading during the news, there's too much risk involved. From our end and your end, it's mutual. It's a relationship goes both ways. If you lose money, we obviously lose on that as well. So we want to make sure that if you have high leverage, like you have in high stakes, you don't get stopped out with slippage and things like that.
Yeah, who is it here? Ahmed says right now it's gambling, news trading. If you bet on the outcome of the news, it's really gambling. It's another story, you know, after the news, like after things have settled a little bit, when you try to trade reverses or whatever, it's a totally different story. And it's not totally banned. It's just 2 minutes before and 2 minutes after. And by the way, I don't know any trader who's profitable with a strategy where he predicts the outcome of news. I haven't met a single trader in 26 years that is profitable with something like this.
Let's take a look at the competitions here. I'm going to be sharing my screen here. We can take a look. Okay, so what you see right here is the contest zone. So you log into the hub, and you see right here, you click contests right here to the left. And as you can see here, my contest, I have signed up for the competition that is starting this Wednesday. And then you have the upcoming ones right here. And if you're not in the one that starts on Wednesday, you can sign up to the week after by joining this one called Top 100. If we go in and we look at the details here, we can see that we have for plays 1, 2, 3, we have a 60K, 20K, and a 10K high stakes account, and all the way up to 10th place. From 4th to 10th place, we have a 5K high stakes account, and 11 to 20 gets a 20K bootcamp account, and the rest gets 5 hub credits for Trader Pool and the 5ers. So the rules of the competition is these right here. Only one position can be open at any given time. Daily loss limit of 5%, maximum loss of 10%. This is the same as the high stakes account. Leverage is 1 to 30, which is well enough for any type of trading, I would say, especially when you have only one position open at a time. Expert advisors or trading bots or EAs are not allowed. You're starting with 10K as your account starting balance. You cannot trade during news, okay? Oh, it is allowed. It says allowed. News trading is allowed. Okay, news trading is allowed. Because I'm reading in the comments and they say you can't trade. And then okay, no mind.
But yeah, that's the truth normally. If you use a high stakes account, like the one we are using for the internal competitions, the 20K high stakes account, 2 minutes before, 2 minutes after high impact news events, you're not allowed to trade.
That's right. And I'm guessing that the credentials for the account, you're going to be logging into your MetaTrader 5, and you're going to get the credentials by clicking that one right there. And I'm guessing that it's going to get released right before when the competition starts, or when the competition is actually starting. So you just check back, see if you have the credentials before that.
And my
good question. What is the difference between hub credits and TTP hub credits? So the places 21st to 80th gets $5 in hub credits for the 5ers. 81 to 100 place gets $5 for Trade the Pool hub credits. Trade the Pool is our sister company that where you can get funded to trade the stock market. That is, by the way, open to US traders as well. So if you're from the US, you can unfortunately not trade with the 5ers, but you can trade with Trade the Pool. So make sure that you check that one out as well. Okay. Oh man, I'm tired. And scalping, trading lower timeframes, it's
yeah, with the type of adrenaline and action you were packing into 2 hours, no wonder that you need some good lunch now and maybe an afternoon nap.
Okay, so let's see what the P&L is currently. Or what's your P&L?
My P&L currently of close trades is plus 33.54 US dollars.
All right, I'm gonna be adding that later. Yes, MMA, FX, that's right. Only the traders who are... But the thing is, you can use the credits here for Trader Pool to try out their accounts. Pretty cool, actually. Guys, while you're watching this and while you're waiting for Mike to come on and have a explanation of why he blew the account, make sure that you hit the like at the live stream to make sure we get that. Oh, LJ is $54 in profit, which means
damn you,
surprisingly, surprisingly, he's not making more money than me. I thought he was going to be like... The thing is, everyone is rooting for LJ because when we had the ABL versus the 5ers trading competition, like obviously he went all in, but he doesn't say that. He says like, "Oh, I traded very well," but obviously he went all in. So now's the time for LJ to actually show that he knows how to trade. So this is important for him. Like this competition right here, there's a lot of things on the line here. I mean, he won with like a lot of money last time. So if he doesn't win now, and if he loses this time, it's like all credibility. We take that and then we open this window and we throw it out. What do you do, Mike? You're sleeping.
Sorry, I was just waiting for you to finish with your rant about LJ. Just accept that you lost on that occasion.
Just
I didn't.
Mischievous, Jonatan, really. Siphoning of the bad luck of others.
Well, it's the two people to be watching this today or this week. It's Rich and LJ. Those are the two people we should be watching.
There he is.
Oh wow, he's bright. But it's sunny over in Australia. We have a bright light.
In the middle of the night.
In the middle of the night.
Yeah. All right. What time is it?
Am I hearing a bit of trash talking here, Johnson? Huh?
Right, so what I'm saying is, like last time you won the competition, I think everyone remember when you won the competition last time, right? And
if they don't, then where were they?
And you won with quite a big margin, right? Which like you had some really good profit. And then afterwards you said that, you traded like you normally would, low risk, everything's fine. So I'm expecting you to do well this competition as well. And then, do so with every... What I'm saying is...
I was hearing some fighting words before, Johnson. What was this? You sort of backed off a bit.
Well, you know what? We're going to prepare for that. We've been talking about that. What you talked about? You had that helicopter landing pad and the WWE thing you talked about. You remember that?
I mean, that would have been great. That would have been
really fun. Yeah.
Like, come on. Are you kidding?
That's the next step.
Honestly, it would.
That would be insane. And it would have like the presenter coming in, with the helicopter. Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, you got to do full WWE, no rules cage match on a helicopter pad on top of like a 50-story apartment or something with a beautiful view. You got the sunset, you got all the cinematics.
Naked.
Great time. Could be naked. Hey, Dirk, look.
Let's not do it naked though.
And then we put it on our live stream on OnlyFans.
My God, Dirk! Now this took a turn that I was not expecting.
Dirk has taken us down a very dark alley. That none of us were quite.
Dirk's trying to plug his OnlyFans right now. So
yeah. Oh, the views just shot straight up. We got a bunch of new viewers.
There you go, guys. Sub.
The good, the bad, and the OnlyFans. Yeah, that's what Dirk's.
The good, the bad, and the naked.
You haven't watched my OnlyFans account? I show
okay, so I think we have to like there's
you wouldn't believe how many people are into naked charts.
Well done.
Yeah,
well done.
I think the $5 hub credits should be you should be able to accumulate that to purchase this challenge. Yeah, but you gotta actually place in the top 100 first. And it's not, it's the top 1%, isn't it? It's top 1%. So, yeah, not easy.
But yes, like you were saying before, Jonathan, I am very bright today. I have fixed up my lighting, to be honest. It's very blinding when I'm sitting here. It's very full on. I don't know what you have, but your lighting is very good. I must say.
Don't give him compliments, LJ. Don't give him compliments.
Don't encourage him.
Like,
really.
look at me. I look like I'm dying from UV. Like UV, I'm gonna get
Wasn't is there still this missing ozone layer over Australia? Isn't there still this missing ozone layer over Australia? So maybe that's
yeah, there is. Yeah. But we're like we're out of summer now, at least. So it's it gets dark early. Hence why I've got the lights on. But it's a bit much. But yes.
What lights do you have? I have the Elgato key lights
over here for sure.
They're very good.
Jonathan is now an official. He's an official affiliate marketer for Elgato.
I wanted to say the exact same thing right now, Michael.
Okay, so I got I first bought the Elgato key lights and I thought they were absolutely fantastic. So I bought and I got a Stream Deck Mini when I bought them, and then I bought a bigger Stream Deck, and then I bought much what?
I was just gonna say their products. They're very aesthetic. They're very beautiful.
They do, and they give Jonathan super lushy lips. Pink lips. They really do.
Yeah. Okay. So the camera is actually like this. Okay. This.
No, that's just him into his wife's makeup cabinet.
Okay. This is probably the worst camera in the history of cameras. Okay. So let me see if I can actually log in here on my.
This is the Elgato as well. So this is the only thing that Jonathan doesn't like about Elgato is this camera, because it makes him look just a little bit too feminine.
And do you know how much this is though? Do you know how much it is?
1 billion krona.
It's $400 for this webcam.
Right.
Really?
Yeah, but all you got to do is just adjust the settings on it.
Maybe.
Just adjust the settings.
That's actually good question, Mike. But it's still okay. So let me see. Well, now it looks good though. Now it looks pretty good. I wonder.
We don't need to zoom in, Jonathan.
We're going to see your nose hairs now. I think.
Is that better? No, it's not even better.
Well, he shaved them. Not bad.
Well,
but this looks better though. But if I do
but it's good. That's a good quality.
Is that right?
Something to do with your lighting. It's all to do with your lighting, Jonathan.
Yeah, the thing is, the benefit you have is like your room is, I think, not now, but usually totally dark, no? So that's one thing I need to install, like a second.
And it's actually quite like if I turn on the lights, you'll see that it's quite dark in the upper one.
In your dungeon of trading.
Okay. Well, that was.
We got two Jonathans. You got a clone, mate?
One's not enough.
He's got 2 people trading the account. He's basically hacking right now. He's trying to cheat the competition.
But if I had 2 people trading an account, that would just be.
So he can stay up 24 hours a day. He's got them on sleep rotation.
What's the exact status of the competition, Jonathan, right now? The internal competition, do we know?
I see they release a new Doom game. I'm gonna check that one out.
Oh, Doom: The Dark Ages.
Yeah, the new one.
But they want like 80 euros for it here in Germany at least. So I'm not going to buy that, apart from not having any time to play that anyway.
Yeah, that's the other thing, not having time. Hey, yeah, God.
So the P&L currently. Okay, so the current P&L is Dirk. Okay, so we're gonna start with so Mike blown the account, and then we have Dirk.
I've got a new one.
Yeah, but you still need to. You're starting at -1,000, -2,000.
Yeah, you're starting at -1 account. So you got like if you win, you have the first place and then -1 account. It took you 2 accounts to win. But anyway, so Mike has blown the account.
What is this?
And Dirk is.
I am up 90. I am up $90 on the second account.
You're down.
You're down 1,910. So.
Yeah, 1,000. Yeah, exactly.
Sorry, hang on, guys. Just do that again, Jonatan. Just that thinking pose. What was it when you were trying to calculate how much I was down?
Yeah, so. Okay, so Dirk around $34. We got LJ $55. We have Mike. How much was it?
92.
92, and then we have me.
You're up 92. Or down
I think I had I'm at 160.
And Anastasia hasn't closed her trades yet, so she.
Mike, does that make you like -908?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
You playing the account, so
that's what Jonatan was trying to calculate when he was doing that.
Right.
Well, but you were only down for the day, no? So you haven't blown the account totally. Was that like considered as blown if you reach the daily limit?
No, I blew the daily limit.
Yeah, but then you have a chance again tomorrow to catch up.
No,
because it was a high stakes. I blew it at the 5%.
When you blow the daily limit, you're like gone.
Yeah.
But technically, didn't you reach also that daily limit?
Don't hit 5%.
Yeah.
Daily limit high stakes.
It's called the 5%.
5%. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But Mike, look at this. Again? What is it?
Come on, he doesn't. He really doesn't.
It's LJ Musk. No, it's LJ Mush. LJ Mush.
Yeah, LJ Mush.
LJ Mush.
It's just missing the the weird itches and twitches that Musk always has with.
Dinesh, tell me about it. They're damn expensive, those children. Honestly, they just cost a fortune, don't they?
I know.
I'm in the same boat. Jonatan's in the same boat. Dirk's in the same boat.
I lost all of my hair because my kid is eating too much. So I had to sell it.
To be fair, but
oh dear.
All right, guys, I gotta go. Gotta leave you guys to your little thing here. Gonna be running.
Are you gonna keep that camera, Jonatan?
The Elgato one.
Yeah. Are you going to send it back?
No, I'm going to have it as what do you want it? No, because so the thing is, I bought this together with like in a package, and then they say you can't return it because you bought it in a package.
Okay.
So now I got the camera.
I'll consider it. Possibly.
Yeah, well, no, I'm going to keep it as my I'm going to set. Okay, so I'm thinking about setting it up as my second camera or third camera, actually. So I want this dual camera setup, but I'm thinking about getting a new Canon M200 as my second one, the one I have here. And you want me to send you this to Australia?
No. It's just because I was looking for cameras and stuff, so I was just saying if you're gonna like toss it out or something, I mean,
it's easy. It's easier for him to send it to Poland, I think. To be fair.
Yeah,
you should definitely get a DSLR. Like the one you have now is good.
Who?
And then
Me?
Jonathan, don't lie, it's not good. All right.
No, but it's sort of like the same quality as this one. I would think so. I would say
it's
next upgrade.
2K, but it just doesn't do 2K. I don't know. No matter how much I play with the settings, it's still grainy, all that kind of thing. Yeah, it's really annoying. Same with the microphone. They need some upgrading for sure.
Listen, you can get a Canon M200 for like $60 more, and then you have like a professional DSLR.
Yeah,
I'll
keep having a look at stuff. But yeah.
I'm going to go and have some lunch now first. And
all right, guys, you guys go take a break, and Mark and I
we'll carry things for you. Don't worry.
You'll continue blowing accounts. Good job.
Yeah.
Good luck, Mike.
No, Mike, you're going to come back from the ashes. I know that you are. I'm rooting for you now.
I'm going to come back from something. I don't know what it's going to. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah,
I'm still looking for that EU sell. I'm still looking for that EU sell.
Mike, which video which video do you play? You have a lot of videos here.
What do you mean?
Is it the teaser, the intro, or the which one is it?
They're all amazing, but the intro basically.
All right. Well,
I need to move.
See you guys later.
Big one.
See you, Johnson.
That's right. ABL, time to take over. Time to do things properly now. None of this messing around. Time to properly blow accounts. Right?
Indeed,
That's what we want to do.
Race to the bottom, Mike?
Oh dear.
You can go faster.
Race to the bottom. If it's a race to the bottom, I've already won. So I'm already there. I've already done it. So yeah. Jiraj, I am selling EU for seconds. Yes, I'm waiting for the EU sells. I am anticipating either sells from up here, this area here, or from this area here, but it hasn't given me the structure that I want. Ideally, what I want is I want this high to be taken, and then a wick rejection down, and then that would be a nice opportunity for sells. But I got to give a shout out to Henry. I do, Henry. You said that was the level you called out, mate. That was an
well done, Henry. You did get it,
incredible level. Henry called this out on our stream this morning. And look how, I mean, that's just an insanely good level.
You, mate.
So
you did get it.
Kudos, man.
So I took my profit early. So yeah, well done.
Kudos to you, my friend. Why not better long, says Jiraj on EU. Honestly, Jiraj, because if you look at it, I mean, it can't keep going like that.
115 points already.
Yeah, so that's so overextended. It has to
as far as
down.
Intraday, it's we've kind of already pressed the move, so you might have another up to 85 to 90, another 5 to 10 points. But as far as an intraday move, we're pretty extended, so hence we're looking for shorts at the minute.
Exactly. So it's going to take this,
not necessarily for a massive short, but a bit of a pullback, bit of a retracement, just the intraday activity.
Yeah, exactly. Sal's saying, I reckon the EU and GU are going to pull back lower when New York opens. Quite possible. If we look at the news that we got late today, we haven't got anything in terms of economic news. We just have speeches, lots and lots of speeches from the Fed. Got to be careful of those ones because it could be all sorts being spoken about. As you said, LJ, it could be these guys from the Fed coming out and essentially outlining the Fed's perspective and kind of acting as the mouthpiece for Powell without Powell having to do it himself. So
exactly. So they can say things with plausible deniability per se, and then allow Powell, if for some reason it doesn't turn out the way they want, they can deny it later. So, but does still give a bit of market indication.
What just happened to EU? What was that just now? Why did EU just pump? Did somebody say?
I think that's just the pop that we're trying to, fill out that final move, like we were talking about earlier. So
yeah, but it's a very random time to do it on a 1 minute candle like that.
Right on that 5 minute change, right? Just before the hour. I mean, that often happens.
It is.
Right?
It is. Yeah.
Like we've spoken about that before, how you get on those bar changes, you get like an impulsive shift.
Yeah. That last 5 minutes can be significant. We've still got these levels up here, which I talked about earlier in terms of these inside bars on the 5 minute. So that is a magnet for potential targets. Just look in here as well, because what I didn't do was I didn't go and look at liquidity up here. So we have got an wickless candle there, and we have got we've got some liquidity sitting up here as well, on probably the 15 minute or above. Going beyond that, let's see, this one just tapped in when it sold off. Let's see, let's go to the 15 minutes. 15 minute is that one there as well, so that's also a 15-minute wickless candle. So we could well be coming as high as almost to the one. I could potentially be going all the way up to 130. That's quite possible. I do like this area as potential area for reactions, just because it created this kind of structure, if you like, and then sold off and then didn't hold. So
I think that's too high, though, to be honest.
I do, because if we look at it,
I think Henry was,
it isn't it,
you know, right on,
because
we talked about those clusters like that. This area that Henry was talking about is the sort of extended area.
Yeah,
I'd be very surprised if we keep kicking on per the, you know, the general ATR that we've had.
Yeah,
like this is already looking pretty extended. I'm sure there's been a number of stops run through here.
I would say so, but I mean, look at the 5 minute. The way that last 5 minute closed, it was very impulsive, but it didn't wick away that much. At least
what
not
I'm seeing
to my
from
liking.
The tick volume, though, is that the tick volume is gradually declining since we kept moving up. So you've got increased prices, but the volume is gradually coming lower. So we have where are we on the 11 we've
minute?
Got pounded around 134, kind of just a touch above that. So again, sort of round number, psychological-ish number, 64.50. We got just short of that on the Aussie dollar. Euro right to that 1.1288. Was that level that we spoke about in ABL that Henry highlighted as the full extension.
So we've taken this level here, which is the last one on the 11 minute. That's the last level before it goes into that previous wick. But then when you look at it on the 22 minute, look at that 22 minute. It's reacted off this push up, and then we've got another one there. So I do think we've got more legs to go up. You know, the 30 minute, this final 1 minute could be very, very decisive. The 1 hour, is forming one of those candles that or very often catches people out. So
it's hard because the Dixie's right in the middle of the Bolly bands, as is the Euro dollar, right? So that's normally the retracement level. So that's on the daily for both of them. It's pretty rare that you just run through that, right? Because we've gone from the outer edge, the kind of 2 cent div outer edge, back into the midpoint. Normally we do pause there. So I will be going short from here, to be fair, put it that way.
Uraj, I don't know what you want. I don't know what you want me to tell you. But
Mike
look
loves
at the 11
minute.
The 11 minute. It shows
7-11 Mike. That's it.
You don't
Sevens and
see
11s.
these things elsewhere, right? 7 minute shows you things that you wouldn't see elsewhere. That's all I'm going to tell you. So
he basically trades them because the 11 minutes you get like the crossover of some of the other smaller bars, right? And then so if you look on that, it basically displays a crossover per like the 5 minute, the 15, that kind of thing, and then hence they overlap, and that's why he uses them. So
it just gives you, you know, if we go to that point I made earlier about the final 5 minutes of the 1 hour, right? You won't necessarily get a clear picture of what it's going to do, but you might get it if you look at the 11 minute or the 7 minute, for example. It just gives you a different perspective on it that you won't see elsewhere. So right now, for example, on the 7 minute, you can see that it rejected massively. It took that final last area just by a single point, and now it's pushing down. I'm not entirely convinced that the sellers are in just yet. We could still see buyers come back in this area here. Ideally, I'd like to see that happen now on the 1 minute, and then see us go higher. If we don't, then certainly we've got levels to go for down here, for example, where we've got a wickless candle. Yeah, so we're going to go lower. If we look at the 30 minute, it's still closed bullish, but only just. So I do feel as though there's still an element of waiting that needs to happen. I did see your point, Henry, about the 1 hour doji candle. 1 hour dojis are sneaky little things, because very often people see them as clear signals of change of direction, but they can also be just a trap to try and catch people out. So you've got to be careful with those, especially when we look at the 5 minute. So the 5 minute, we've got these two long wicks here holding us as support, and we've created this inside bar on the upside.
Henry's been on it, all right? You got to listen to Henry. He's on the mark. Turn down this guy, all right? You know?
I'm not doubting Henry. I'm not doubting him at all. All I'm saying is just not. If I was going to get in on this sell, right, I'd be waiting for us to come back and retest these highs.
Tell us, Henry, are you now short? That's what we need to know. Are you now short, Henry?
We need the Henry signal.
That's what I need to know. Right?
It's time for the Henry signal. Yes, but it's so brutal for scalpers. I would wait for 1 hour close or 30 minute close. Yeah, you can do. That's not a problem. You can trade whatever you want, trade however you want. It's absolutely fine. Everyone sees the charts, everyone sees the markets in their own ways. So trade what you see. What are you seeing, LJ?
Well, what I have seen is that the 10-year note, right? So US 10-year seems to have stabilized now. So it has been falling
after Friday.
Yeah.
So it was Friday they changed yeah.
No, but just the general trading, right? Because we had Friday with the Moody's downgrade. That was at the end of trading. There wasn't really much reaction at all. And then it hit the larger, I guess, mainstream news outlets a little bit later. And then it seemed to get more traction over the weekend. It seemed to be more of just like a slow news week type thing. It's beneficial for us to, slam on Trump administration to get clicks, that kind of thing. But as far as the actual trading outcome, no one really seems to have reacted on it. There's been a bunch of other pieces which seem to be more heavily moving the dial. We have had the 10-year knocked down just a little bit, but it's just within general trading, like daily ranges, to be honest. So that would indicate it was even smaller than just Friday or Thursday's trading range. So that would indicate that no one really seems to care that much about the Moody's downgrade. They were very lagging. All the other ratings agencies had already downgraded stuff quite some time ago, so they're quite late to the party. At the moment, we seem to have hit a bottom, stabilized. Thus,
the I think the only thing about the Moody's downgrade is that, because I know you were saying earlier in our private chat that you know, Moody's are very kind of people don't take them seriously, right?
Yeah,
because,
as far as all of the ratings agencies, they seem the most malleable. We'll put it that way.
But do you not think, though, the fact that this is the first time in their history that they've downgraded the dollar is telling?
I think that's the main highlight and why it eventually got traction. Per the other ones, like everyone blew off, knowing that we've got this tariff talk, rah. Like obviously that would be the sensible thing to downgrade stuff. I don't really know, because again, it comes into that same thing that they seem to be. I mean, I don't know if that's bad to say, but kind of buyable, and that seems to be. Like, even though people know this since the GFC and prior to GFC and how they operated, they've seemed to kind of do the same thing since, which is part of the reason why people sort of blow it off a little bit with Moody's. I don't know. I don't see it as a genuine signal, to be honest, because even if you do take it at that face value, they're still just basing it off lagged indicators, which all the others had moved ahead of already. So you just argue like, oh, okay, we're holding on for too long. Now we look a bit too silly that we need to actually make a change, just to even just step in line with the other competitors, I guess, for lack of a better term. So that seems to be what the market has generally priced as well. I mean, they're always off the mark with everything, frankly. So the other part, though, we have had, we spoke about in ABL that the yen, the 40-year, has hit 3.52% or something earlier. So it's the highest in about, I think, 15 years or something now, 10 to 15 years. So basically steadily risen from 2021 from about sub 1% to 3.5. So there's the two ways that you interpret that, similar to the US debt. Are rates going higher because there's more risk that they can't sort it out, or rates going higher because rates need to move higher because the economy is improving? Where at the moment, as far as the Japanese economy, we're kind of in a mix. They still have many problems. They've made progress sorting things out. Every time they seem to have some progress, they get something else that subs them back. But it's not too far back that anyone capitulates. So there is a mix of that. I will say hats off to Warren Buffett. We spoke about this in ABL a couple of weeks ago as well, about him issuing debt very cheap, and all of a sudden rates have almost doubled since where he issued it. So all I will say, well played. Well played.
That guy just
done very well.
Yeah.
He undoubtedly knows his stuff. I mean, he's what's he now? 94.
94. Something like that, yeah.
That means he first started his first stock investments when he was 14. You know, just like basic stuff. So technically, he's been in the market for 80 years. So surprise,
Crazy
surprise.
Think about it.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
Yes, very crazy. It's good to see though that he like genuinely loves what he does. So,
and you know what? That's what we need. You know, we need people who who can inspire others to get into this, right?
Yeah, because that's the other thing. Exactly like you're saying, Mike. Like he's genuinely like a good human being. Like he's a good person. He's not doing some weird whatever stuff. He's actually just a good bloke.
He's not trying to scam anyone. He's not trying to milk anyone for anything. Purely
off merit. Purely off. This is what I can do. If you like it, join. If you don't, fair enough, and that's it.
Yeah.
So,
exactly. It's proving a little bit tricky at the moment on EU. I did take a very quick scalp just now on this move here, trading into this. So very, very quick scalp. from where was it? I got in here, stopped just there, and took it to there. So it was almost a 2R on that one. The fact that it's reacted in the way that it has here means I'm kind of just going to sit around and wait and see if it's ready to sell again.
Yeah,
I want to see how it's
so
going to sell.
As far as the 1 minute, this exactly where you're talking about right now would be the after coming off is a sort of slight pullback point, and then basically this would be the general sell area on a 1 minute.
Yeah.
So Paul, as far as what you're saying with the MACD, yeah, 100%. Today has had some extended moves. Sometimes you'll get that on a Monday after weekend news. Where that comes from is, and this is where things like the MACD, the RSI, and the stochastic can sometimes fail, because if you get a shift in the macro or fundamental news, that can inject new information to the market and give you outside moves per what the prior expected range was, right? So that's when you'll run the edges, the overbought territory on the MACD, RSI, stochastic, and it'll just keep going. So that's the important part of always having to keep up with the fundamental news on top of everything as well. So fundamentals includes the geopolitical and central bank news, and then obviously the data that we get out, like the economic data as well. So
so today there is no high impact news. So there is nothing that is going to give you any cause for concern if you've got any high stakes account with the 5ers. So you don't need to worry about it from that perspective. We did have the CPI for the euro that came out earlier. It didn't actually really do much. It did break up. It did break structure, in fairness, when it came out, because it was this one here, this 1 minute candle was.
I think that was more to do with the hourly change, though, right? Data.
Yeah,
like I was saying to you, Mike, like, because the data is just a plus minus thing, right? At that point.
No, it is. It is. But as I said to you, the institutions will use it as a catalyst, so they'll use it as an excuse to move their positions. And sure enough, it did, because this looked like a very nice sell area. This was actually one of the areas that I got in on sells, and sure enough, it broke that position. It has come higher, but we still have a lot of major liquidity further down. Juraj is saying, how can I not see longs? Well, you can only go so far, right? Price can only move so much, as you said. If it keeps going, it's just so overextended that you're going to get a massive reaction to the other side. Other thing, Mike, I'll just say with that time of the EU release, like that's the 10 a.m. for the Europe Open, right? So you always get that injection of just activity. Same thing you get with say like the Aussie or whatever at 10 a.m. my time. Long time ago now. That's like 11 hours ago. But yeah, you always get that as soon as market opens, you get that injection, same as Europe and US. So I would say it's probably more just that and just a continuation of the move, to be fair, at least in this case. Yeah.
But it definitely has run very strong, I must say.
If I'm going to look for sells, just looking at it on the 1 minute, this looks like the next best area for selling. It depends what kind of structure we get, but you could argue for something like that, and you'd sell from there. The fact that we'd be looking for a reaction from this, being more conservative, maybe bring the stops up to there, which would take us into account of this first candle where it changed direction on the 1 minute. That's possibly where I could see sell coming in. So yeah. Several people have asked me about UJ today, and UJ has, if we look at it on the 1 hour, has really sold off quite significantly since Friday, and we're going lower by the looks of things. That plays into the dollar weakness that we're seeing across the board. I want to say that there's going to be some longs coming in, because that would then play better into the euro short. Right now, it's hard to say.
Yeah, like I was saying, like part of that, the yen strength is because of that increase in yields. So it changes up the carry trade and everything, and now it's gradually starting to close the gap between the US yield and the yen yield on the longer time frame, like the 10-year plus yield structure. So that starts to change the overnight rates. No longer are the carry trades as profitable, and eventually they start to unwind, especially when we do have the backdrop knowing that ultimately the US does want a lower US dollar. They don't necessarily want to do that via the trade kerfuffle. But the whole world, frankly, needs a lower US dollar. That's just good for trade, everything else. Anytime that the US dollar gets too high for too long, runs too far, you run into problems. It crimps all the debt structuring, crimps trade, all that kind of thing. And that's why in the past we've had the sort of restructure, like for instance, when we got rid of the gold standard, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, normally something comes along, like some kind of financial crisis, something like that, which accelerates the dollar and then collapses and then it resets everything. At the moment, that's basically technically what we need, but without the economic collapse. So hence, they're trying to construct that without having the collapse at the same time. So, especially after COVID, the dollar's run very strong, because the US was, to put it this way, like the cleanest shirt in a dirty pile, and then so it kept running on. But now it's starting to hamper and harm trade, so they do need it to come down.
The guys are just making a few comments about UJ. So hitting a support zone from last Thursday, says Paul. Andy saying, I'm sure it will go up this week. Both fundamentals and technical analysis indicate that.
I have said I am still slightly, despite everything, still slightly biased long US dollar at the minute for now. And given we've had the pullback, it's a fair shot to take a run at that. Obviously, today's activity, we've had some things run against that. We've already ran quite a bit, so we might be a bit extended. So it is fair to see US dollar longs in general. Same thing as we were talking about shorting the euro, that kind of thing. Overall, even the short term, like 3 month to 6 month, medium picture to 9 month, 12 month, however you want to define it, ultimately you should see a lower US dollar. So any kind of rallies and stuff, play into it through intraday or into the week, but don't bet on it running. So the same thing with the calls for, say, euro up to 117, 118, 120 plus are probably out of the picture, as much as they were coming in, say like 3 weeks ago. Everyone was calling for that. A lot of institutions positioning for that. Once you get a very heavy picture of that, of everyone positioning for that, it tends to come off because all the buyers are already in, and thus there's no one left to buy. The price comes down. So unless something materially changes, where all the trade talks break down, that kind of thing, then you could see euro up there. But at the moment, things seem to be progressing. Seems as though they're not very silly in what they're doing. They do have some kind of idea, and even if there is a bit of fluctuation, I don't think we'll see highs that high, put it that way. maybe at 114.5 or something on the euro as an example, but we'll probably be in a range between, say, 109.50 to 114.50 at peak, probably. I think over the next 6 months, that would be my broad range. And then the dollar yen is the harder part. It might have a bit of a bigger range because you do have the Japanese bank as the component, where if the 40-year yields do keep rising, at some point they'll be forced to, whether they like it or not, do something about the shorter term rates and potentially have to lift rates just to combat that sharp rise, right? So the main thing, they don't mind having the yen this week now that it's sort of settled in this band. It hasn't continued on to 160. As far as the FX rate per central banks, they understand that it fluctuates. They just don't want it to accelerate too fast, right? So they're pretty comfortable where it is at the minute. But ultimately, I think towards the end of the year, we could see dollar yen somewhere in the 130s for sure.
Yeah, I would agree.
So it's just a question of looking at those major levels and seeing when we eventually come really pressing them and seeing if we can break that.
I'm just looking at Andy saying about the longs for UJ, and just trying to see where are the liquidity levels, like the major liquidity levels. So we've got a few up here already. We have another one up here. So there is definitely a nice trail higher up. So I definitely see that from Andy saying. I'd like to see it dip into this area first before being certain on longs. It did this, in fairness, this was a dip into a 4-hour zone, but I'm not entirely convinced by it. Just the way it started it on the 5-minute, it doesn't look convincing just yet. I'd be looking for levels like this to be taken out, and this one to be taken out as starting points. You've got another one down here as well. So
yeah, on retracements, I'd see 145.20 and then 145.70 as our topside targets. But yeah, at the moment we're still wafting around here. It's not 100%. Like Mike was saying. So.
It doesn't look clean yet to me for buying. I do think I agree with your sentiment, Andy. I think
caveat I would say is though indices are starting to rise. They're starting to pull back up. So you might get hence that risk off measure from the correlation coming off, and then it starts to rise. The other portion, the 10-year note for the US has taken another dip lower. We've just made a new low after it tried to base before. So the question is, if that is making new lows and stuff is not plumbing new highs, I would say that this may be the bottom for the US dollar, and thus we turn around. We're starting to get that structure across the pound, across the Aussie dollar, across the euro dollar, dollar yen indices as well. So it does seem to be an overall theme that dollar may have bottomed now. We get that turnaround.
I remember that with New York opening, you would normally have the CAD in there. The CAD is closed today. The Canadian market is closed, so that's just one just to bear in mind as well. That will, I mean, obviously New York is far more influential than Toronto, but it's just something just to bear in mind.
I can see that quasi, like you're talking about on the 5-minute on EU, Henry.
This one here.
Yeah, that kind of, it's not perfect, but it is a, I mean, quasis are never perfect, right? Like that's
Yeah.
kind of the point.
Yeah, exactly,
You know?
exactly. The way it's reacted on that, you see how it's reacted there. I think that was what was it, a 2 minute? I marked it out for a reason. On the 7 minute, there you go. You see how it just rejected that 7 minute inside buy. It really came very close to taking it, but it didn't. Suggests to me that we're still going to go a bit higher and retest this area. So this is now looking, at least for the time being, is still looking good for shorts from this kind of area, potentially.
I think the main thing that's stopping us from dropping is, like I was saying, the 10-year still coming off. So as far as like a yields differential, that keeps pressure on that. So hence US dollar weaker for now. But as soon as the 10-year stops bottoming, I think we will turn around. We seem to be getting that structure already. So I would prime shorts. That's all I'll say. Mike, you got to pile in the shorts as well, all right? We're trying to win this competition together. Come on.
Well, I am now up
on everything, Mike. Full margin.
Now up. I'm now up 255 bucks. I'm up.
Really?
So,
what trades have you taken since? Tell us. That's
no.
good
It was
profit,
just that EU that I took up here. The one earlier that I
Really? Okay. All right. Nice.
Risking 1%.
Well
so
okay.
So yeah, just going all in. Just go big or go home. If we're going to win this competition, and if I've got to make up the grand that I've already lost, then I can't be hanging about. So
yeah, well, apparently Anastasia and I have got our own little mini beef in between. So
seems I don't even know where you two have somehow managed to establish beef. I don't know where this has come from. You two have just suddenly managed to create this feud that just has erupted.
One of us is going to end up wearing a loser T-shirt, basically. So
yeah, I know.
We can't lose. We can't lose, Mike.
Going to be messy if you do.
What markets have clear direction for the week? That's hard. None of them. If I could tell you that, then we would all be very happy campers because I would have a crystal ball. What I will say, to give some better context to that though, this week we do have a number. So tonight we have a number of Fed speakers, so watch out for that. That'll give direction to a few things. As far as the rest of the week per data, etc., where are all the big ones? We've got a number of bits and pieces of some significant data, but nothing too crazy. So the other part you got to watch for is like headlines and stuff. If I could give you a perfect picture of something to trade, I would, but no one has that. Sorry, my man, but
doesn't exist.
Yeah, it doesn't exist, unfortunately. I think you got a question here, Mike, as well.
I know you trade pound JPY. What's your views on it today and this week? If we close above 193.976 higher time frame, we could push further. Just wanted your thoughts. No problem, Ravi. Sorry, I was just marking out a trade idea on
whilst you answer that. All right.
On EU. Oh dear, that's not good. Oh, that's a bit better. Let's see, what's this? Hit those likes. Money Mitch support. We've got Trade the Pool in with us, guys. When did Trade the Pool join us? Yeah, that EU buy, it didn't hold. It's just that I didn't enter it. It was just one I was looking at to see if it was gonna play out. There's another one here as it stands at the moment, but I think has it broken it? I think it's broken that level, isn't it? Let's see. Yeah, it's broken that level. So it's still got this one here to work from. So still a possible buy entry now. Sticking your stops just there, taking you up to there. That could be one, but I'm not entirely convinced by it. So let's see. But yeah, here he is. He's back again.
Sorry, Mike.
No worries, mate. I didn't actually get to GJ. Let me get to GJ now.
Did I hear Money Mitch in the chat?
Yeah, the trade the pool.
Where's the man? Where is he?
There he is.
Oh, my chat's lagging. I haven't scrolled way up.
He's
hey, brother.
He's,
how you doing? I like this man. He's got
to...
some good energy, I must say.
He has. Yeah, Mickey's.
How you doing, Mitch?
I think, you know, Mitch and Mickey and the rest of the Trade the Pool team are a solid bunch.
Yeah, they're a good team.
So,
good to see you guys. Welcome.
There you go. Always tune in the morning and use some sentiment. Yeah. See, ABL is just...
Yeah,
ABL
exactly. You just tune into ABL, right? It's the ABL cut of the 5 string.
He's not joining for Jonatan, that's for sure.
Yeah, you're here ridiculous. For myself and Mike, all right? Love to hear it. Good to have you.
Let's have a look. I'm looking at GJ. So we did have these cells here. This one didn't play out. It didn't come up that high. This one did. Played out really nicely on this break and retest that I had marked out last week. So that was a nice one. We still have this liquidity higher up, this major liquidity up. We're still within this wider structure, and we haven't really kind of managed to be able to break past this. Now, if we look as to where we've gone, we've basically come back to this area here. So we have found some support. ABL all day. That's right, Mitch. That's right. Any problem is, Mitch?
Random side thing.
Mitch on ABL.
I'd be curious on Mitch's view on United Health, right? We were talking about a little bit earlier on ABL, because I was doing math. Like United Health is like 4% of the Dow. So if that kicks on, you might get a further kick in the Dow, etc. And we were just talking about some trade ideas with that. So yeah, it would be very curious to get you on. Maybe you can come on ABL sometime.
We need to wake him up really, really early.
Yeah, I mean that would be
super early.
He'd have to be on my very strange hours.
Yeah,
but
we need to get Mitch to just ignore
maybe
sleep.
Maybe if we schedule it one day, you can come in early if that's plausible. But yeah, we'd love to have you, basically, Mitch. Love to have you.
I think it's plausible. Everything's plausible. I can see the GJ Longs. Who was asking about GJ Longs? I can see that. Yeah, I definitely can see that. We're creating this nice engulfing bullish candle right now. The only thing is I can't really see what we're going to be targeting. Like, there's nothing. I'm trying to see, like, has there been any major liquidity that has been left behind? And there isn't really. So my only worry is that we're just kind of in this, if you look at it, this kind of range here.
I think we do have height to about 194.25.
Just trying to see is there anything.
Especially as the dollar yen recovers. If we're talking about this dollar reversing, hence you get the cross correlation of dollar yen plus all the other yen crosses also moving up in sync with the pound yen. So that would be the height of the wick that we had from last week, the blow off wick, as well as one of the blow off like swing lows when we had the collapse from the high levels around 196 down to 194.40. So it'll be around there at 194.26.25. Just below that. Comes in line with the 100-hour moving average. On the 4-hour, that's
looks like that quasi
as well.
The quasi that Henry called out. Beauty, absolute beauty.
Yes, Henry, you're doing very well, mate. I'm in.
Henry
I'm
is
in
killing it.
Trades, so good shit.
Absolutely
well
killing it.
Well done.
Yeah, damn right. Very, very good. Very, very good.
He's crushing it. That's what I meant to say.
Hustle Hub saying, what would you say about current market conditions?
Quite good.
Yeah, I mean,
we've got some activity today. We've had some quiet days last week. Same with the week
before.
We had very sporadic, very busy day and then very quiet consolidation per the previous day. So today, Monday, we've got some good movement. It's a consistent theme through the narrative, through the market. So it's been very clean trading. It hasn't been choppy and unyieldy, that kind of thing. So I'd say it's been quite good, definitely for today, for sure. So
it's moving. That's what I would say, right? It's moving, and
we don't have the chaos of the Trump tariff kerfuffle anymore. That seems to be out the window. So that's nice, because that's very erratic and sporadic per his tweets or combobulations on the internet or to media in general. So we seem to have come to a happy medium between regular activity plus a little bit of the volatility per the trade talks going on, which that gives you like a nice middle point, like a bit more activity, a bit more volatility, but nothing too crazy that's gonna blow you out or make it very hard to enter trades. So I would say it's very nice at the moment. I don't know if you agree, Mike, or
no, I do. I
think you blew your account before, so you might be on the other side.
I was overly eager that the markets were moving so much that I could just
Mike thinks it's so good that he just had to be in there,
full tilt,
Yeah.
So yeah, no, I'm liking the price action. I always like it when there's a bit of divergence. I always like when there's a bit more volatility. It just means you're more likely to catch some really nice moves.
I was about to mention gold, since you brought it up.
I just need to I saw we had the real estate KW talking about gold he asked so nicely, just
gold.
So yeah.
We've kept moving up, hey.
We have kept moving up. Kept moving up. Now, interestingly, we had Jonatan. I think Jonatan was buying here, and it came back down, almost blew him, and then it's kept on going up. Now, I was saying to you this morning that I still think we've got shorts on gold, and I'm still sticking with that. I still
think we're long. I did go short, to be fair, at one point at that blow off top just there at 32.47. That was where I picked up the 54 on the comp account that we've got. But overall, I am still long. We've clearly got the momentum. If you zoom out a bit as well, we've got kind of a trend line running this like upper, just roll higher. Like you can see it's a clear sort of
it has broken this trend,
like a quasi. It's kind of like a quasi, like this weird sort of VW.
Let's do an Alex. Right? Is it a quasi?
Oh, look at those triangles though. They look very symmetrical, don't they? And they're just like smaller versions of each other, let's say.
Yeah.
And now you got inverse. As soon as you go to that time frame,
we need Victor to come in and adjudicate on the validity of any quasis or not. I still think, the fact that this 4 hour didn't close, I want to see this retested. Now it might not get that high because we've already come into this last area here. So we've already taken this one on the 5 minute. So we might already be in that place to start finding some sells. But I really want to see us kind of ideally retest this wick.
Yeah, I want to get that high. Retest there and see how we react at those highs, and then make a decision from there whether it fully just runs through it or if we make a strong impulsive pullback from there.
I'll see. Right now, it's kind of just hanging. So you can see here we've broken that one. We've broken it here. Probably now we need to actually break the high, most likely, because that wasn't a big enough 7-minute rejection for my liking. The only thing now is look at the 11-minute. Who was mocking me for the 11-minute? The 11-minute gives us a better perspective on the longs. And if you look at it, we've got this one here. This one looks really, really nice and strong. It's taken the entirety of this candle here. Now this current 11-minute has taken the body of the previous. So it's already tested that wick and it's now saying, yeah, we're going to go higher. So in actual fact, longs could well be still strong here. And it might not be until we get up to this area here as a retest for sells. That's maybe looking a bit more healthy for sellers coming in. Just looking to see what have we left behind. Yeah, what's interesting on the 15-minute, so we have left levels like this behind, and then what we've done is we've then created these engulfing candles. So we've got one here, we've got one here, we've got another one here. So we've got 3 engulfing candles, all pretty much within an hour of each other, suggesting really strong bullish momentum. This last one was respected very, very closely, but it was respected, and we pushed on higher. So suggesting a lot of bullish momentum actually. So yeah, I think this is going to be the area where I'm expecting some sells to come in.
Yeah, I'd like to see it push through there and up towards that. I guess like 32. What was it? What were we talking about? ABL. What was it? 32.75 or 80?
Yeah.
Initially. 32.
What's also interesting.
Sorry, 62 first,
okay.
And then a push on to 32.85, 3300, and then 33.25.
Yeah.
So that's kind of a set of 4 interim points.
Next couple of minutes on the 15-minute are going to be interesting because it has actually in itself created engulfing to the upside. So these next 2 minutes will be very interesting to see if we do see a pullback and a wick rejection or not. If we see a wick rejection, then we may at least see some selling probably down to this area, to the 3236 area, to give us another kick up. But if it closes strongly like it looks like now, then the buyers will probably carry on for the time being. Let's just see, what did it do? So it came and take this inside bar here. So it's wicked off that, and it's now probably going to push higher. Yeah, there we go.
So the only other comments I can see is Fed's Bostic said, I'm leaning much more to 1 rate cut this year. So at the moment, I think the Fed has 56 basis points priced in per the market.
Yep.
So it would imply 2 1/5. Saying he worries much more about the inflation side of the mandate. To be honest, I don't think the inflation thing is going to come through.
Not if they can sort out the trade deals.
It's really weird how central bankers and economists and all that kind of thing talk about inflation stuff, but it's always a supply thing. It's not a demand thing, right? And just because the price goes up, demand is going to be the same. You still got the same supply per se.
Yeah.
There's not going to be any squeeze. It's the same thing through how we had the 2020 like COVID stuff, and then you go back, it's very similar to the 1970s, but that was because we had the baby boomers, like children, everyone coming of age at the same time. You had tech advancements with, just random things like washing machines and all that kind of stuff. And everyone coming into the market at the same time, all needing all that stuff at the same time, and hence you got that run up in prices, and same with housing, all that as well. So similar deal.
Yeah, so you look at
that's only the real thing that drives inflation. No matter how much QE and all that kind of stuff they do, it doesn't pump anything. It's always a supply issue.
It doesn't. I mean, the inflation concerns, I do feel as though if they can sort out these trade deals, then the inflation concerns kind of ebb away a little bit.
Fall away. Yeah.
You know, that's going to be
a temporarily shift in prices, but it's not like a sustained incremental increase.
Yeah,
right? It's just a sort of one-off.
Munir, Asian high will be taken out before New York session. You got to tell me what asset you're referring to, mate. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Yeah, I'd be careful waiting for New York now.
They are finally getting some rate cuts tomorrow, Henry.
Yeah,
we will indeed.
This is why I'm also short. This is why I'm still short on Euro USD. Right, I see. Who was it? Somebody was longing Euro USD. Duraj is longing it. Yeah. Curious to know where your TP is, Duraj, but it's come down. It's taken all of these levels, and it's stopped right here. But it's created this perfect equal bottom. So it is still going to come down because it's got several of them further down. It's got this one in particular down here, which is going to be really key. So I'm still looking for sells on it. But where exactly, I'm not sure yet. This one may have gone without me on this occasion here, but we've still got these two equal highs. So there's still a magnet for it to come up and take this area. So yeah.
I'm short
gold
EU
is going high
from 77 and 73. So on EU
77. Right
there.
73. Yeah.
And 73 as we start coming down. So.
Yeah, it's a nice area. You might see a nice reaction from this one. It's a nice area to see potential reaction from in there, maybe, with that wick rejection.
What are we looking for an idea on?
UJ, we looked early, didn't we? So UJ has come up. If you look at it in the time that we've been talking about it, UJ has gone up higher. So we've seen that strength come back in. I think we're still long from here, to be honest. I think we've hit peak dollar selling today. To be honest, that was the natural, like we were talking about. UJ started running pretty early, so it's just sort of come into that natural area where it's just going to calm down for a bit. It's not just going to storm on. I'm not sure.
I think
I'm not sure if we're going to see something like this.
25.
I think we might see something like that.
I mean, definitely could do. I think Euro, though, is starting to capitulate, is finally starting to break down. Same with pound dollar at the minute. So if they keep kicking on, I think dollar yen will get the nudge as well. The 10-year has seemed to have stabilized.
I do love it when you guys say it's going to sell in the next few minutes.
Yeah, it's selling.
It's just
selling.
Such certainty. I really do love it because I do it often as well, in fairness. But I do love it when you guys are so certain of these things. Gold has broken this high here, so we are still got legs to go higher up, I would say. Where could we next react from? Let's look and see. the 1 minute can give you a lot of insight into things. And sometimes you just got to see what's sitting there. So we haven't got any perfect equal highs.
I was just going to say, especially if you throw a stochastic and an RSI on the 1 minute, that's often very helpful for sure.
We look at it here, 5 minute.
If you're trying to scalp, that is, right?
Yeah.
Trying to scalp, then very helpful.
Now, the only thing about the 5 minute is that it has just created this engulfing to the downside, but how did it do it? Did it react or take anything? So it didn't take this high, so it's respected that high. So it could be that we start to see some strength coming in, but I'm not convinced. I'm just not convinced. One engulfing candle doesn't mean anything. One engulfing candle is very, very often just a trap.
I'm definitely still long gold at the moment. So
yeah, we're in a nice area right now on this 2 minute. So very often you'll see something like this and you think to yourself, oh, okay, right, we're going to sell. And a lot of times they do, but you got to really wait. Ideally for a better entry and everything else, you got to wait for them to retest the wicks to get your best entries.
Yeah.
EU coming off even more.
It's going well.
So it looks like EU.
To see.
Henry, very, very nice. Very nice. I didn't take that one.
I feel like I
didn't see an entry.
I'm opening 2 small positions on this competition account that we have.
I would say so.
I'm risking, my current stop is $84 on euro dollar.
Which is...
It's 1,000, isn't it? 5% is 1,000. I need to be going
1,000.
What am I doing?
5% is 1,000 for your daily stop. Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Let's see.
That's like 0.8%. So that's reasonable for one trade, but per it running, and since we're in competition, that or I go the long game and just, you know.
It is all week, so we've got to remember that we don't want to, you know. Yeah. I can't blow an account.
Don't want to do a mic and blow it in less than a day.
More like in an hour or 2. Oh dear.
That's right, Mike. You were just going for the win. It's fine.
I was going for the win. I was like, just, you know what? It's a bit of fun. It's a bit of competition.
You got 3 strikes and
just, you know, try it and see.
It's all for the content. There you go.
Exactly. Yeah, it's still. I think we still may get an entry
on different brokers, my man. It depends where they get their price feed from. Also, some brokers won't start their price feed until like 5 to 10 minutes after the open. So the initial gap might actually have another gap because they haven't started 5 to 10 minutes earlier. They started later. So yeah, definitely just like cross compare price feeds to find out where true pricing was. Henry is a signal service. There you go, Henry. You're getting the big ups today, brother.
Damn right.
There you go.
Yeah, that would time with what LJ's saying.
Yeah, that's what
in terms of gold.
Well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've taken a very, very quick scalp on EU, just coming back up to where am I? Up to here. The 127.50.
What are you doing?
Why not? Why not?
Because I'm short.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going long. Not for very long.
Yeah, but you got to help. You got to help the liquidity. You can't go against. Come on. We're on a team here.
Evaluation. This is an evaluation, right? So This isn't a real funded account.
Team.
You can trade the bigger moves.
We're individuals.
And I can trade the little, you know.
No, but Mike, we're individuals, but we got to get the team win as well.
Well, exactly.
That's how we
put it in concrete, bring it together.
At that point, we need a monument.
Hang on. You're selling from where? You're selling from, what did you say? From up here.
We're gonna have ABL on the homepage of the 5ers for like a month as the winners.
Is that? Okay. All right.
There you
go. I'm not sure Sal's going to agree to that, but we'll see.
I don't think so.
Dear. We got a bit of a pump. There we go. Got a bit of a pump.
No, Mike, we can't do that. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it's all right. There we go. Keep going. Keep going.
No.
Just that's all we need. 100 bucks. Are we going to break that high? I think we might do. On the 3 minute, let's see.
I don't think we will. We pause here and keep going down. It's fine.
Let's see. 100 bucks profit.
Fine. 100?
Yeah.
How many lots are you trading?
3.75.
Bloody hell, I'm at 0.4.
What are you doing? You're giving me all this rubbish about, we're in a team, we've got to win. Dude, what is all this? You giving me jet.
Well, 5 minutes ago, I was getting slammed by Jonatan for apparently trying to make some claims that I was going full margin in the last competition. That's why I won or something. I was like, no, I'm just trading normal. I'm trading normal
Jonathan's
now.
Always complaining about something or other.
Trading normal now as well. But if I need to step it up, I will up the leverage. All right.
There we go. Another one. Taken. Going higher. 180.
I guess to be fair, 0.4 lots is that is pretty small. To be fair.
That's small by your standards, to be fair. What do we think, guys? Close the buys? Don't know. Let's see.
Yes. Everyone's short right now. Do it. Do it. Everyone in here. All 1,085 of you. Short $1. That is not a signal. Do not blame me later. All right. But at the same time, do it. Do it.
Yeah. I love how, you know, I'm not coming for your stop loss. I'm just coming for your TP. I'm coming for the same level of TP. I'm coming for your entry.
Henry, you can't do this. No.
DJ's along with me. Thank you. See, there you go. There you go. No. I'm making profit. Just to be clear, right? What we're doing, right? Yeah, we are not condoning or encouraging this kind of behavior, right? That is not what we're doing here. What we are doing is we're doing a week-long competition where all of us all the hosts on the 5ers stream, all the regular hosts, we're all doing a 20k high stakes account. I've already blown one.
Gamblers. We must be
in a couple of hours. So yeah, we've got 20 high stakes. We're going to see who over the course of the week can make the most profit. So we don't have to trade.
So, yeah,
you know, we're not trading. You know, we're doing things that we shouldn't normally do and we wouldn't normally do necessarily. So you know,
yeah. So for context, we've got a side competition between everyone that jumps on the stream. Right, we're all in a competition together, and we're trying to trade a single account over the week. All right, so yes, there are some trades that will be
hang on,
a bit more aggressive.
Or in my case, 2 accounts.
Yeah, in your case, 2 accounts. Right. Mike's already gone through one, so he's on number 2.
Gone through one. So I'm already down 1,000. So I've got to make up for that. But right now I'm making up for it because I took my buy from here and I'm coming up to this nice area here. So I'm not complaining right now.
Nice. Except not nice because I'm short. So that's...
How tall are you? You're not that short, are you?
I'm going to give you the win, but, you know. What's that?
I said, how tall are you? You're not that short.
No, I'm 6'4". How tall are you, Mike?
Are you 6'4"?
Yeah.
I'm 6'5".
Oh, there you go. Yeah, we're close. You're taller than me.
I didn't realize that you were 6'4".
There you go. Yes.
Yeah, look at that.
I'm a large human like yourself. There it is. There's very few people that are taller than ourselves.
Oh, dear.
I think I've only met. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Rich is really tall. Like if you saw Rich right on stream, you wouldn't think he was a tall person, right? But Rich is like, I think he's 6'4" as well. Yeah, I think we're going higher, mate, on EU. I hate to say it to you, but
no,
it's not slowing
down.
Mark,
just clear your account again. It's fine. It's all good, Mark.
It's fine. It's all right. It's okay. I'm not going to blow anything because this is a team event, right? So
it is.
So yeah,
it is. But it is.
Exactly. We've got Deanna waiting in the background, so Deanna's going to be joining us in a second. That is it for our ABL takeover, and we'll be back right after this with Deanna. Don't go anywhere, guys.
Appreciate you guys. See ya.
Hello, Deanna. How are you?
Hello. How are you doing? I'm doing fine. Thank you.
Good to hear. Good to hear. You ready for another action-packed week?
I hope so.
In the markets?
It's starting off kind of a slow, boring week so far, so we'll see.
Oh, I don't know about that. I've already blown an account today, so it's not slow and boring for me.
Oh my goodness.
Mike, you removed me.
Sorry, mate. I thought you were leaving. Sorry, I thought you were jumping.
Why not? Good enough for you and Deanna?
No, you're
Hello, Deanna.
To hang around.
Hi.
By the way.
Nice to meet you as well.
I will hang around.
Deanna's.
Yeah, Mike kicked me out. Like, what?
I'm sorry, mate. I apologize.
Come on, man.
I apologize. I'm only hanging around because Jonathan's running late. So
that's fine. I'll keep you guys company as well. I'm happy to hang around. That's fine.
Then it's all good. Now you can sell EU, LJ. Now you can sell EU.
That's right. I've already sold to you. Where are you at, Deanna, with your account? Have you taken any trades on our little competition account that we've got going on?
Mine isn't set up yet. I think it's all ready for me, and I just need to activate it. So I'm trying to get on that today.
Because I was late, like yourself. So I think if you click through the thing, you should be able to get it up.
It's probably a good thing. I probably would have lost money last night.
I have. I've been trying to go long the dollar, and it's just not working.
You're just learning, right? It's all just learning, brother. That's it.
We're learning on the job. We're learning on the job. Oh dear. What's got your eye, Deanna, this morning? Have you seen anything so far this morning?
Well, I'm looking at gold and the indices, so the NASDAQ and the S&P. But we're kind of at a tricky spot because looking at the indices, we're really extended to the upside and had a really big gap down on the open this week. And so, I've been looking for some further downside, but it's been a little bit slow and sluggish. And then with gold, we had a gap up, but still kind of seems slow and sluggish to me. So those are the three that I'm looking at: NASDAQ, S&P, and gold. I saw in the chat somebody mentioned a short on gold. And I'm looking to go long gold. The reason is price gapped up on the weekly open, and so I'm looking to go long gold. We're really close to the previous day high, so there's a chance that price might want to go to the previous day high, but just so far everything seems pretty slow so far.
I'm with you, Deanna. So longs on gold, but I am looking for indices to finally have a bit of a pullback. We've had a little bit today, but I am looking for a little bit more over the coming sessions. So, I mean, S&P is down, well, it's down, what, 0.95% today. Now we were down 0.15 earlier. So we're getting a bit of a retracement on that, but I would look for it to keep coming down. So I'm definitely with you on that frame.
Now, if we can just get some energy to the move, that'll make it much easier.
Yeah, we had the energy earlier today, mostly in currencies though, right?
Yeah.
Euro, pound, Aussie had a good run as well. Now we've kind of consolidated this area in the past sort of, call it 2 hours or so. Most of the energy was earlier per the open this morning, and then later about Aussie / Asian close, and then coming into Europe open. And now it seems the market's trying to figure out just where it's going to go. So with some of the Fed speak still coming up later, we'll see how that goes.
You have that today?
Yeah, later on tonight, there's a number of the other Fed participants speaking. So the thing is to look out for them, obviously, to see if they give a bit of a nudge to Fed intentions. So that Powell doesn't have to say it himself, right? And then he can correct or shift per the market reaction to what they say later. They often use them as tools like that, in that manner. Or like speaking boards is probably a better word rather than tools, but you get the idea. So as far as that's probably the only thing really to look out for today. We do have the Trump-Putin talks at some point later today as well. So, I mean, you can only assume that Trump's announcement per that will be, oh, it was amazing. So we'll see what actually happens from that a little bit later. But
can you do that impression again? That was a really good impression.
No, I'm not doing that. I don't. Maybe I happened to get it on right, but that wasn't intentional. But it wasn't as good as your Elon Musk impression. So you know, it needs a bit more work. But it was good. It was good. I liked it. I'm trying to see if I can see anything on GU, because that would also tie into what we're talking about with the dollar. And I feel as though we could still come a bit higher. We have wicked off, but we've broken this high, suggesting that we no, don't want to hear this, Mike. None of it.
Sorry, mate.
No.
I'm sorry, mate. I hate to break it to you.
It's a no from me. Simon Cowell says no. All right, you're vetoed. Pound dollar down. Euro dollar down. Aussie dollar down. We need dollar up. All right, guys. You can't be.
If it goes,
the other side right here, Mike. Right?
I don't want to. Believe me, I don't want to help the other side, but I'm just telling you what I see. You know, I'm telling you what I see.
Mike, that's what every Sith Lord says before they become a Sith Lord, right? You can't do that. We're fighting for the enemy right now. I thought we were on a team. I thought we were together as ABL.
I'm telling you when I'm seeing something that might bite you in the bum. That's what I'm telling you.
No.
So yeah, I mean, look at that 14-hour candle. That 14-hour candle says to me one thing and one thing only.
Don't like it.
That it's going higher.
What do you think, Deanna? You can be the decider. You got to be the breaker between. Give us your opinions. What are you seeing on pound dollar right now?
Can you zoom out a little bit? I mean, it looks pretty bullish.
No. No. All right. You guys making mortal enemies right now?
It depends on your time frame, right? So if you're you're looking a little bit longer, to me that's a bullish chart, but it's possible you could get you know, a little bit of a move lower before it breaks that high that was on the left that we were looking at earlier. So it really depends. It could go either way.
I don't think you're going to lose your trades, LJ, but I do think maybe not today, but I do think we're going to take this level here. I think we're coming up here. That's my thoughts.
Betraying me.
No, I'm trying to protect you from yourself. Not that you need protecting, because
we already got Anastasia on the list up here. Do you guys want to add yourselves as well? No, I'll just make a list, right? Okay.
Oh dear.
Come on.
LJ.
I'll take the
challenge. You are gonna. You're already carrying Team ABL anyway, so I've got a sizable chunk to make back anyway. So,
mate, you're already up. You said, what did you rack before? Like 200.
So I'm up now. 465. So I'm still technically down 535 because I lost 1,000. Yeah, because I already blew one account. So yeah. No, I'm looking at if I'm looking at GU, right? Okay, let's in all seriousness, if you're looking at GU, right? Because you're not in on GU, you're just on EU, right?
No, I'm on GU as well. Yeah.
You're on GU. So what's your take profit for GU?
I'm short from. I'll give you my levels. Hang on. Okay, so stop at 133.95, and I'm short from 133.89.5.
Okay, so basically where the perfect double top was created. Yeah.
That's right.
So, and where's your TP?
So TP at the moment is
probably somewhere around here.
At the moment, we've got set at like 52. But I'm willing to take it like earlier. So I'd potentially take it at like 68 to 65 if we sort of stalled out around there. We'll call it 65.
I think that looks like a good trade because you had a really nice break for kind of a shorter term trade. I think that looks good.
I do.
So it's like a part scalp over the next, or intrasession, like the next 1 hour, 2 hours.
Yeah.
That's where I'd look to, and then see if we get the momentum, whether it runs through that and goes to a lower target, or if it just stalls out there, then I'll just take profit.
So I definitely like it. The reason I don't think we're going for a full short is because we've created this perfect, where you basically got in this perfect equal high. So you got on the 15 minute, and I think it's on the 10 minute, and on the 7 and the 5 and the 3. When you have those perfect equal highs, then those are levels that the price will get drawn back to kind of equalize and sort out price. It's interesting enough, it's done the same at the bottom as well.
See, Sol's on my side. All right, there we go. Got support up.
I'm not on your side. I'm not on your side. I just don't want you to
say what you will, man. Say what you will.
I don't want you to you know, we need to look, let's remember the common goal here is to beat Jonatan. That's ultimately the common goal here.
All right.
So yeah. Let's see.
I think you're good. Looks like a good trade. You never know, right? But I think your logic and your analysis behind it is good.
I think we're looking right.
And this is genuinely right, being all serious now. What I do love about working with LJ is that LJ has his way of trading that he's been trading for 13 years now. I don't want to get this wrong. 13 years he's been trading. 13 years he's been, you know, kind of grinding his teeth on the market and kind of, you know, getting his strategy and everything else. And I've seen the proof. This guy has made the moolah, right? He's done it in the market. But what makes him a really, really strong trader from a psychological perspective, and this is, I was keen to get your thoughts on this, Deanna, is that I'm saying to him, no, I think it's long. He refuses to change his perception. He refuses to change his, you know, he's not going to get influenced. at me saying
no, that's fair point. That's good.
That's
good insight. That's good point.
You know, there are times when you do need to adapt and you do need to change your position and, you know, change your perspective if somebody shows something different. But kudos to you and credit to you, especially when we're live streaming and everything else and it's a competition. Your conviction and you're convinced, right, this is going to sell down to my TP. And yeah, we're joking and laughing and everything else, but at the end of the day, you're sticking to your bias, you're sticking to your position. And that's a hard thing to do.
Absolutely. And probably less so that you are convinced that you're right and convinced that instead that it fits your plan, it fits your strategy, it fits your style. So I'm guessing that you're not rigid in what you think is going to happen necessarily, but you know for sure that the trade that you took fits what you're looking for, fits your criteria. And then beyond that, it's just, you know, you never know if a trade is going to win or lose despite best analysis. It's, you know, you just never know. So really it's more about how you stick to your plan, and it sounds like you've got that.
Yeah, exactly. That's on like a probabilistic basis. So I don't take it absolute 100 that it's going to work out. But probabilistically, I see that as the most likely outcome. So I can see Mike's standpoint as well, but I don't think probabilistically that is the way we're going to go. And then per your risk reward on either end, multiplied by the probability of the outcome, hence you get the trade you want to take. So hence I'm staying strong with where I am. I'm happy with that, and I will take whatever comes. But that was good insight, Mike, actually, to be fair. So yeah, very good.
Look, I can blow an account like a lunatic, but every now and again I have a little bit of insight, you know.
Indeed. Always a
little bit of an alternative perspective. So it's all good. It's all good.
A lot of it.
What's everyone else trading? What have we got happening in the chat?
Henry asked you a direct question. So
look at the 4 hour. I think it will go to at least 1, 2, 3, 8, 7.
Yes, Henry's switched now. He's on my side. Yes. Yes. Come on, Henry. Come on.
1, 2, 3, 8, 7. Hang on. What am I looking? Oh, I'm looking at pound. I was thinking, how is it going to go all the way down? 1, 2, 3, 8, 7. Right, there we go. Let's have a look at this one. 1, 2, 3, 8, 7. So we're talking about somewhere here, basically where I have a zone marked out. So yes, quite possibly. That does look like a very nice area. 1, 2, 3, 3, 6 is where I've got a perfect equal low setting on the 5 minute. So those are areas that I'm looking for.
I'm looking about 112.40.
Just to be clear, I'm not a long EU. I would prefer a better entry. That's all. You know, I would like to see. I'd like to see us come into a nicer area where I can. Right now, if I was to sell it, I'd be leaving my stops all the way up here, just to be safe, and it just doesn't go into my way of trading. I mean, it did come into this. If you look at it, it tapped into this area ridiculously well. But what it's done is it's created again this perfect equal high. So again, I feel like we're going to probably come in here. The question is whether we're going to leave it for the time being and come for it later, or whether we're going to try and take it today before we pull back down. Overall, we've got to kind of take it out to the wider time frame. You know, if we're looking at the daily, we've broken these highs here. We've now created an element of support on the daily, right? We've got this cluster back here, which has previously been, you know, a turning point. So I don't think we're going to just fall through and just suddenly see dollar strength come back in. That's my view. I think we are going to have sells, but I don't know if it's going to be the kind of volatility and the volume that we would want. Let's not forget as well that this is a Monday, and you know the markets aren't going to move ridiculously fast on a Monday across the board, especially given what they've already done. That'd be my other consideration. Gold's still not moving though. Gold is just, if you look at it, it's just hanging there, really not doing anything.
Right. That's boring.
Yeah, gold's definitely very it's a bit snoozy. I'm still long, still sitting long, but it's really not going anywhere. So I was long earlier. I took profit, I think at 32.40. I got long again after the pullback at 39.5. So still sitting in there, but very snoozy.
I've got to say, I said it before and I'll say it again. I do think that UJ has some shorts in it. I still think UJ is going to come down to the 144.6 area and tap into this area.
You reckon? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
If you look at how it's forming,
that goes against my trades. So
no, I know, but I'm just, if you look at that structure there, right, and if we look at it on what's that on? Okay, granted that's a 7-minute, but look how price has come in and wicked into this area several times and pushed down. I feel as though this is a strong area of resistance. It could be that we just end up going like this, which is I think what I said earlier today. We might just go like this. Okay, we might just range for ages whilst we wait for things to play out. Let's not forget that this week, we've got CPI for Canadian dollar tomorrow. We've got various different speeches tomorrow as well as today for the Fed. We've got pound inflation on Wednesday. Nothing is really coming unless it's unexpected, unless it's some Ukraine, Russia, Gaza, Israel, anything like that. Nothing's really coming. Okay, yes, you've got the let me not forget that you have got the RBA interest rate decision tomorrow. But it's not really until Thursday when we start to see PMI coming in. We start to see the jobless claims and stuff like that for the USD. I think Thursday is when we're probably going to start seeing some real movement. Then we've got retail sales coming into Friday, inflation rate for the yen in Friday. So it could be that we've just made this big move at the beginning of the week, and then we just sit for a while, gathering positions, and then we see the reactions to the news later on in the week.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we've been talking about in ABL for a little bit while, like 3 weeks now, 2-3 weeks. I've been talking about general yen strength, and we've had that further push up in the yields recently as well. So definitely want to see that. Obviously, you've got the carry trade going against it at the moment, and the general wish-wash between US dollar strength to weakness back and forth per the trade talks and negotiations, that kind of thing. So I definitely would like to see that trade play out. That is my general inclination, especially of the short to medium term, say the next 2-3 weeks to 3 months. Today though, intraday, not looking for that, Mike, because that won't make me happy. Deanna, have you taken any trades yet on the new account? Have you got it up and running?
No, I didn't.
Still trying to work it out? Yeah.
Well, I thought I would be like maybe a little distracted trying to juggle my phone, and I don't know how to set it up. So you just clicked on it?
Yeah, I think
just follow the link that Jonatan sent you, and it will give you a voucher to claim.
Come up the first time, because I had to sort of do it twice. Like it didn't show up the first time, so then I just clicked it again and brought up another tab, leaving the other tab open, and it sort of reset itself, and then I was able to click through.
Okay.
But yeah, it didn't work the first time for me either. So hopefully that helps.
Thank you. Yeah, let me see if I can.
Juraj, I'm 7-minute, 11-minute, Do you know what? In fact, just to wind you up, Jiraj, I'm going to add one. I'm going to add another one. Hang on.
No, you got to keep it 7-11. 7-11 mark. That's it.
There you go.
I hope you own shares in 7-11, Mike. If you
7-11. Do you know how long ago we had 7-Eleven in the UK? 7-Eleven left a long time ago.
Do you not still have 7-Eleven?
Not well. In fairness, I haven't lived in the UK for 17 years, so I don't know. But I'm pretty sure we don't.
Wow. Surely you do. Surely. I mean, maybe not. I have no idea. I've never been to the UK, so I wouldn't have an idea. But I feel like my ex was from the UK. She was from Yorkshire. I feel like I would have heard that. If
we did have 7-Eleven. If 7-Eleven left, but this was a long time ago, LJ. I remember where I used to live in London, right? There was a 7-Eleven very close to where I work. But it closed down yonks and yonks ago.
Yeah, that's really
there you
weird.
go. Look, see, look, there you go. No 7-Eleven here, says Dog Friend.
What? Okay, what do you guys have in the UK as like the main, I guess, fast whatever store then?
Like a tiny little corner shop store.
Yeah, like
convenience
like
store.
A chain convenience store though.
These
so not like
days
a major one, but like a chain one.
So there isn't one that I know of. I mean, there's one called Nice. There's like Nisa. Yeah, there are Poundland. Yeah, but Poundland, Louis, you can't really compare Poundland to 7-Eleven. To be fair,
I'm guessing that's like a dollar store.
Nisa, yeah, exactly. You got Nisa, which is a bit like that kind of that corner shop. But I think it's a franchise, or Spar. Yeah.
We used to have Spar a bit actually. That's good.
Got Spar, and there's what's the other one? The Co-op. The Co-op as well. Yeah, you got Co-op, Cost Cutters. Yeah. But 7-Eleven, yeah.
Do you guys have say like petrol stations? Do you have like a main like convenience store that's at like all the petrol stations? Do you know what I mean?
No, all the petrol stations have their own.
By the petrol station,
or they have partnerships. So
or like exactly like a partnership.
I know
like the main partnership person.
I think it's BP have a partnership with Marks and Spencers, if I'm not mistaken. But like Shell have their own one. Yeah, exactly. Tesco's Express, Sainsbury's Local, all of those. Like the old school, like little small kind of shop it's gone. It's gone.
Sure, fair.
I remember going to a corner shop where I used to live, and you'd go and get like those penny sweets. Can't get them anymore.
Yeah,
can't get them anymore. You know, you'd go and do pick and mix at Woolworths. Oh, good old days. The good old days.
Yes, indeed.
But alas, those days are gone. You
gone.
could look at. I'm just looking at the 14-minute now on EU. You could actually see cells now. I'm just saying.
Mike's going to be coming out with like the 99-minute, the 106
look at
minute.
It. Look, you've got this nice engulfing candle with the downside. It's come up. It's taken this inside bar, and it's now selling off. Could now be a nice opportunity for sales.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Sell line. So guys, please help me along. I'll be very much obliged. Once you get the account up, Deanna, you gotta let us know what you're trading.
Say that again.
Once you've got the account up, you gotta let us know what you're trading.
It's not working.
No? Oh, is it expired or something?
It just says
so I can try and get at Jonatan if you want to see if
Did you do it on your phone, or did you do it on your computer?
I did it on the myself.
Okay. Let me try it on the computer then.
Because I always find like computers more reliable. Like whenever you do anything on the phone, sometimes it works and sometimes it causes a problem, right? Computer worked for me though, so.
Yeah, Sal, Walmart did buy Asda's, but I'm pretty sure they've sold it now. So it's no longer part of it. And WH Smith's, that's where I used to work. That was my first proper job at WH Smith's. Working crazy o'clock. So,
would you recommend visiting the UK, Mike?
Ask Alex. Ask Alex.
Yeah. Oh, because he's been there more recently.
Yeah. No, Alex would just say, no, UK's terrible.
What? Really?
Yeah, Alex is so down on the UK, it's unreal. He's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Alex is like, he's bordering on becoming like a member of Reform UK and wanting to be bosom pals with Nigel Farage. I'm joking, but
What's
yeah, he is very. I think he feels that the UK has gone downhill, which in fairness it has. But the thing is the UK going downhill has been on the cards since Brexit, so it's not anything new. It was just the way. Personally, I don't want to go into the whole politics of it all. The way that Brexit and everything else was handled, it could have been done very, very differently. So rather than going for Brexit, rather than pushing for that whole let's get out of there and everything else, the UK had vetoes. The UK had leverage in the EU as part of the EU and could have led the reforms like they're leading now, the coalition, the willing for the Ukraine, everything else. By getting out of the EU, they've left themselves with one hand tied behind their back. It's a shame because
full veto was very silly. Like if you wanted like some kind of renegotiation or what, like fair enough.
Yeah, they could have reformed it. Come on, they could have reformed the whole thing. They could have genuinely really changed the whole EU structure. And it would have benefited the EU as well, because there were a lot of like outdated things that did need to be revised per the EU side of things. And it could have been a beneficial thing to both parties, but but this, and I'm not saying the UK is trying to have the perks of being in the EU without being in the EU. That's why Brexit negotiations took so long, right? It's crazy, you've got to be at the table, right? Personally, I just think they could have really done a better job of reforming the structure of the EU and how it functions, how it works, and everything else. Because the EU thinks that it can operate like the United States with this federal government, right? And it doesn't, because it's too many cooks, it's too many cultures and sovereign states.
Yeah, or better clear, they think they can operate like the states of the United States.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And it just doesn't work like that, It needs to change. It needs to be less bureaucratic. It needs to be less cumbersome in how it reacts and how it moves. And I do genuinely believe that the UK could have led that. They could have been, part of that. The reality is, whether people want to believe it or not, is Nigel Farage made an absolute fortune from Brexit. And, there's this whole thing about him being British, everything else. Where's all his money? His money isn't in the UK. It's all in offshore accounts, So, all these, perceptions of, so-and-so's more British than British. It's rubbish. They're all like every other politician. They're in it for themselves. There are very, very few politicians out there who aren't looking at it as an opportunity to make money. So
I was going to say, thankfully, Australia still has their head on their shoulders. That's all I'll say.
The Australians are very, very sensible.
Anytime it goes a little bit out of the thing, we tend to pull back. And
exactly.
Thank you to that.
Easy is asking, do we allow EA trading? It has to be your own EA, if I'm not mistaken. So you can't just go and buy one on MetaTrader 5, on MQL5 or anything like that. It's got to be your own code that you own, that you then get approved, and then yes, you can. So yeah.
Yeah, as long as you've got the code and you can demonstrate, how it works, that kind of thing, how it operates, all of that.
Yeah.
Then you're completely fine. If it's someone else's where you can't you know, see the code because it's hidden, because you bought the indicator, then that won't be accepted because you don't know the inner ins and outs of the inner working of the EA per se.
Yeah. They get 80. Well, they get a lot of money as politicians, Lawrence, but they get a lot of lobbying and a lot of other money siphoned in through different means, for sure.
Yes.
And Sal, nothing wrong with having your money in a Cayman bank account, but then don't go preaching saying that you're British as British can be, and all this stuff, and you're for the common man and everything else who wouldn't even know how to have a bank account in the Cayman Islands, right? Anyway, I can see that we have the man, the myth, and the legend, that is Victor, sitting in the background. So that means it is time for me and LJ to bid you guys farewell, and we will see you next time. Don't forget, ABL, we are live tomorrow, 8 a.m. UK time. Come and join us, and we'll see you very, very soon. Alrighty.
See you guys.
We'll see you guys next time.
Bye,
Take
guys.
care.
See you later. Ciao.
And
Well, we are back after that small, short intermission. How is everyone doing watching us today from your home, work, on your way, wherever you may be traveling to? I see Deanna with us. What a surprise.
Hello, Victor. Good to see you.
How are you doing, Deanna?
I'm doing well.
Yes, you are. I'm happy, as always, to share this next couple of 15 minutes, like multiple 15 minutes with you. How has your day been going today? That question goes to everyone in the chat as well. Let us know in the chat how your day has been going so far. It is Monday, the 19th of May, fresh week, brand new chances. We have a contest in the 5ers that is going on. Tell us how that contest is going for you, but let's get back to Deanna. How is your trading going today, Deanna?
So far, it's just pretty slow, just waiting for something to happen. We were looking at gold in the indices, but right now it just seems like everything is kind of hit the pause button, and we don't know yet. We're just waiting to see.
I see. Gold is not moving, you say? It's not moving as you would have liked. What do you think is gold waiting for? Do you have any idea from your point of view?
Well, LJ had mentioned that there's some news later today, and I wanted to ask him about it because I'm looking at Forex Factory, and at least as far as USD news, there is nothing listed on what I'm looking at until Thursday. So maybe he has a different site or something that he's looking at. So I'll have to ask him if, what about you, Victor? Are you seeing news listed today?
This is Forex Factory with the medium and high impact news. And I don't see anything for today that would affect the gold. So I'm not sure what that would be. Maybe there's something else going on, something that is not on the calendar, but is going to be impactful. Maybe we'll see. Maybe LJ will tell us later on, or maybe tomorrow what he's. We'll have to chat with him.
I'm looking at the same thing as you, Forex Factory, and I don't see anything listed on there. So it could be a bit of a slow day today, just because, there was some nice activity overnight. and we did have a gap in both gold and the indices. So there was activity. It's just right now at this moment, it's a little bit slow. So, you know, we still have the open coming. The New York Open is coming in just under an hour. So maybe that could put a little bit of fuel in the market. But for right now, it's just a little bit of a slow day so far.
I see. Yeah, that it is indeed. If you look at the, we're getting to that order block on the weekly time frame, right? On gold, that is. I'm not looking into any trade right now on gold for my personal account, but I do see that we are. If you look at the, if we look at the daily time frame, we are right there, right? The supply zone where all the bearishness that was in the market for the last couple of days has initiated, right? And we're right there, right? So it's now or never, so to speak. The only thing it's not really now or never, because there's no timing. It can continue to go, you know, sideways where it is right now. But it is at that place. It's either we're gonna break it and change the market structure, or we're going to continue going lower, because we had this, right? We had this. It's not an official higher low. It is a higher swing point, but it's not a higher low because it hasn't taken this yet, right? So it didn't change the last swing point. It didn't change market structure yet, and that can change very quickly if we are only about. It's about what do we say, about less than $10 away. So that's not really a lot for gold in any given day. And that if it breaks out of that level, then we could see a continued on the daily time frame all the way to this area above us, right? Which is quite a nice area. Let's measure how much that would be. We're talking about $60. Of course, you are on a lower time frame. So you're not looking for that kind of a swing kind of movement, but that's what I see. And it's either here we break out, or we fail at it, and then we just continue from that bearishness that we've been having the last couple of days. So it's going to be quite tricky. I think you're doing the wise thing to in this case, Deanna, by waiting for more clarity, because right now I wouldn't be able to tell you. You know, there isn't anything in the. You got equally on both sides arguments for, you know, higher prices and lower prices, right? Bullish and bearish are kind of in equilibrium. If you go to the 1 hour, you can see the last couple of hours we've just been going sideways, and that's exactly your point you were making. The market is looking for direction, and we're not getting that direction yet from the market. Would you agree?
Yeah, I do have a small long position started.
Okay.
I'm very similar to what you're saying. So initially last night when I was looking at the market, I was more interested in focusing on the indices, just because, like you just said, on gold, it seems like we need a little bit more clarity. So even the last 1, 2, 3, 4 days or so have just been kind of a consolidation, but there are some good things that I like about what I see in gold. We had a couple gaps that kind of got filled. There was a really nice rejection move on Thursday where gold pushed higher, but it didn't really follow through on Friday. So again, that's kind of more of a consolidation. And that was just about the entire week after a pretty substantial gap down the week prior. So that gap has not been filled yet. Maybe price wants to go up and visit that area, but right now it's just kind of a little bit slow. And maybe, you know, the indices, we talked about this a couple of times, how oftentimes we see them kind of move in an inverse correlated fashion. So maybe if we started to see a little bit more of a push from the indices, a little bit lower push, we might see gold start to perk up a little bit. But right now, there's just isn't a whole lot going on. And that includes the indices. The indices gapped down pretty substantially at the open this week. there was a pretty good move, at least in the NASDAQ. The S&P has been holding up a little bit stronger. But so far, at least, you know, what for me is morning time, everything has just been really slow, really muted. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Would you like to show perhaps on your screen what you're referring to for the equities? Like, where are the levels that would change or, you know, establish or confirm the, you know, the direction that the market is telling you? That could be something. In the meantime, I can look at S&P because we talked about this. We do have a weekly quasi. Right, all that move we had since that started on the 17th of February on the equities on S&P to be more exact, but it's actually all the equities assets were all the indices were started that down push from that day. We are getting into an area where we're, you know, close into 100% retracement of that move, right? 50 was here, where 75 is in between. I don't have it marked here, but you can visually see that we're beyond 75. So it's kind of ripe for even in a bullish scenario that we keep on going and complete that V-shaped recovery. It's kind of ripe for, you know, prices to pull back a little bit. Also, because last week we broke the only entry order block on the weekly time frame, meaning the market made its point. It broke the bearish supply zone on the weekly time frame, right? There is no pressure to perform, so to speak. So it would make sense for price. Let me leave it for a little bit. It would make sense for price now that it has established that it's broken that supply zone. And it's kind of clear to me that, you know, the buyers are in control and they're likely to continue to be in control for some time to come, for it to relax a little bit, perhaps pull back into that broken zone that will then flip into a demand zone, perhaps even into that order block that I don't have marked there before it continues. That makes a lot of sense to me. You know, as how market breathes and pushes and retraces in a rhythmic kind of way. So that's interesting to see. And on the daily time frame, with that as a backdrop, on the daily time frame, we do have the same quasi reversal pattern. One of the three order blocks on the daily time frame, like 1, 2, the 3, one has already been visited, and it hasn't done the market anything. Right, as you can see, if you can see here, the only thing it has is market broke the structure here, retested, it then flips. This is supply zone, supposed to be a supply zone. It flips into the demand zone, and look at what it does after flipping and coming for that retest. It creates that outside bar, and currently we are retesting that outside bar. So it looks quite nicely bullish, although it is in a bearish order block, a bearish quasi-entry order block, meaning we could see if this closes today as a bearish engulfing, and it is looking currently as a bearish engulfing. If it closes like this, maybe tomorrow we could see some pullback, maybe tomorrow in the next couple of days, a little pullback into that order block, and then moves perhaps lower into, and that would fit exactly right with the weekly, what I just you know, indicated. That could be in a little bit of a pushback, perhaps going all the way back, perhaps not. Did you guys lose my communication?
Just for a second there, it kind of faltered a bit.
Okay,
but you're back.
Let me double check. Okay, let me double check if okay, so I am I'm gonna have my second ISP connected just in case that happens again. Just want to be, you know, double connected. So yes, as I was saying, the daily, you know, daily pulling back, it makes sense on the weekly as well. We'll have to see if it actually does that or not. However, you know, I would say this is invalidated, of course, and has been retested as a flipped zone already. The next is how will this candle combination close for today. This is the order block that we are currently testing, and it looks strong. I have nothing nothing to say bad about it. It looks very strong. If this holds, obviously that means that the chances that we're going to be testing and perhaps breaking this entry order block on the daily would be bigger. We can only know that in 1 or 2 candles on this time frame. But if we come back and tomorrow this new fresh order block holds, then I would assume that this is likely the trajectory for the coming days. But it's all too soon to say anything yet. We haven't had any the high impact news. We're waiting for quite a number of news this week. Let's see, on Thursday, mostly the bigger news like unemployment claims and PMIs, manufacturing, and so on. So that could be the catalyst, that bigger move. That could be something on Thursday, and these 2 other scenarios could be between now and then. Are you ready, perhaps, with your S&P or your equities view? You were explaining, Deanna, how you're waiting for more. While you're waiting for gold, you're looking at equities and how it performed so far, what kind of signals or indication it has been giving you on price action. I'm gonna show your chart, Deanna, if that's okay with you. Mm-hmm. So that we can understand what you're referring to on the equities. What are you said you were looking at S&P the last couple of days as being, kind of nice. You mentioned about a couple of gaps being closed, or was that on gold that you mentioned?
Mm-hmm. So looking at gold, we'll start with gold. Had this really, really nice uptrend for a really long time. Gold has been just, continually pressing higher. We had a pretty nasty, move lower here, and then ultimately hit all-time highs. Then a couple weeks ago, we tried and push higher again and failed. So right now there's a pretty good momentum to the downside. But at least last week anyway, can take this off so it's not in our way here. At least last week, price just kind of consolidated. So on Monday we had, on Sunday we had a gap down.
This Deanna, let me interrupt you, Deanna. Excuse me. My sincere apologies to interrupting you, but there is an alert there, and I'm wondering, are you missing a signal? Perhaps there is a big trade coming up. We all saw an alert popping up. Is that something you need to take action on?
No, that's okay. I have it set. The range bars are a little bit odd. You can't have multiple confluences set for the alert. So I can pause my alerts so they don't interrupt us, but not a problem here. Let me pause them so how do I pause them here? Here we go. All right, there we go. So basically, big gap down. And then this week we had the opposite. We had a gap up, which is a little hard to see on the daily time frame. But on Friday, price closed here, and then gapped up here. So has been pushing up, but it's not super strong right now. So, on the daily, at least, we've been kind of consolidating at this level here. Price did push lower below this swing low, but it's just kind of, hanging out. So for me, I was a little bit less interested in trading gold and more interested in the indices, just because it's not super clear what price wants to do here. Even today, we're still inside last Friday's price action. So it's just a little bit unclear at the moment. And here's a little bit of a zoomed in look at gold. So here's that gap that we were talking about, where price gapped up, pushed higher, did not make a new high, so didn't break above this high, and then came back in and filled that gap and pushed from there. Now price is starting to, again, tried to push to break this high, and now we're getting a strong push lower. So might make sense to wait to see what the indices are going to do. The indices are both below their opening gap as well. We can look at that in just a second. But and then if we look even lower down to the 5-minute, you know, maybe price is just gearing up to push higher, but we are getting a pretty strong pullback at the moment. And you saw that one of the alerts that I got was for a short, an alert short. When I'm looking at those alerts, so I'm looking at multiple alerts. So I look at, for gold specifically, the 20R, the 20 range and the 40 range. And there's a signal short on the 20 range, but not on the 40 range yet. So still looking.
What does that mean to you? What does that mean to you?
What does it mean to me?
If you have one yes, if you have a signal on one alert but not on the other one, does that mean you have to wait for both of them to align, or do you take a smaller trade, or what
exactly does it? So I want to see both of them. So basically it's like a higher range and a lower range, and I want to see them agree and align. And that will be, you know, that'll be what I'm looking for. And part of the holdup on the 40 range is simply that the ADX line is not above 20 yet. So it's starting to turn, though. I am starting to see more momentum to the downside on gold. However, on gold, I would be very careful for me about taking a short because we're still above that opening gap. So we're still above the opening gap from the weekend. And so that is something that I take into consideration when I'm, you know, accepting confluences. I would be more inclined to want to trade gold long unless we were to fill this gap here. Or not fill the gap, but move below the gap. So let's take a look at the indices for a second here. And one of the things that I'm noticing about the indices is right now the S&P and the NASDAQ are looking more dissimilar than similar, at least in the shorter term. So this is the NASDAQ. We have the all-time highs right over here. Huge move down, it looks, right? But really, if we measure this was, you know, a pretty regular move down. So 27% here. So it turns out it was a pretty big move down, but now we have come back and broke higher. So it would make sense now that we're starting to see a series of higher highs and higher lows, that we could see a bit of a pullback before what I would expect is likely is continuation to the upside. But this is 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 days, including a very large gap up and 5 days higher. So, you know, we could come back down and test some levels before making the push. But looking at ES, you know, on the daily time frame, it looks pretty similar. But when you get down to the lower time frames, we see a bit more of a difference. So ES has been holding up better than NQ. One of the things that I'm looking at here, let's see. Yeah. So NQ dropped below this swing low here and is starting to push above it. So this swing low here pushed above it. It is still below the previous day low. But if you look at ES, we don't see that same weakness. So it hasn't made it below the swing low yet, even though it is still below the previous day low and also below the gap from the week's open. So right now it's just a little bit, you know, for me, a little bit of a wait and see situation. I want to see how the market opens in a half hour. That could be fairly instructive because, you know, there isn't a whole lot of clarity at the moment, I would say.
I understand. And if we go back one step gold's chart you had in there, and you look at the market structure on, I think it was on the 4 hours or maybe the hourly you had it. Yeah,
And
if we
hourly.
Yeah. Yes. I think something like this. What would you categorize this as being neutral, slightly bullish, slightly bearish, or strongly either one? If you look at this, what is your first expression over your first? What do you read into this chart?
I would say neutral to bullish, and the reason is we have this really strong weekly open. So, you know, this is a pretty hefty move in gold to open higher. Okay, so pretty big move here when gold started. But then what we've seen since then hasn't been particularly strong. So price has been consolidating on the daily time frame for a bit, and we're kind of seeing the same type of thing in the hourly. So even though it had a really strong gap up at the open, it really hasn't done anything. So it's not very far from where price opened the week. So I would say neutral to bullish. Now, there are a couple things here that would give me pause, that make me wonder about the strength. For example, price here was not able to move above the high here, came back down, and then again was not able to make a new high. So it's bullish in the sense that it's above this week's opening gap, but it's not looking particularly strong. So between neutral to bullish, I would lean more toward the neutral. You know, anything can happen, but it's not doing the things that you would expect it to do if it was a really, really strong market.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not like obviously bullish. There is a bullish undertone to it. I see it as well, because as we can see, there is like a trend line, a slightly downward sloping trend line with all these highs. Yeah, they're still lower highs, but ever so slightly, they're not that lower, right? If you trace back from, let me indicate on my chart, see where it is. We're talking about gold, of course. Let me pull that up. If we drag from perhaps from the May the 13th, you know, on that swing high, we drag a trend line connecting all the swing highs. You see that there is a downward sloping trend line, but it is looking, if ever so slightly, like it's going to break out of it. It's like it's trying to, you know, like before we have a breakout, it's making like shallower swing lows, and I can see that happening from on the 15th, from the 16th, and actually you know, today's swing low is so far shallower, and if that is one of the characteristics of a possible breakout, right? The sellers are getting weaker and less able to push price deeper, lower, until it's obvious to everyone that we're going to go upwards, meaning it's like a submerged underwater, you know, ball full of air that's, you know, let go, is going to pop up. It feels, if you look at the market structure, it feels that way in any case. On the equities, I noticed you mentioned a pullback. You would be expecting a pullback as well, or at least you're open for that possibilities. I think you were on NQ, perhaps. I think you mentioned, yes. Yeah, I see that too. I see how the market on the daily time frames, if we move a little bit before we go to the hourlies, on the daily time frame, I also see that the market is, you know, quite strong after that, you know, scary jab down we had on the daily time frame. But currently we're kind of yeah, those are nice, very strong. It's decisively and confidently breaking those highs. It's not just, you know, standing and stalling and doubting. You know, these are quite nice impulsive moving away from that area quickly. That tells us that, you know, they're firmly in control. However, it seems like a kind of the retracement seems to be like a little bit overextended at the moment. Like it means it needs a little breather into perhaps that break and retest zone before probably going to continue higher. At least so it seems to me. And I remember you mentioned a possible retrace as well. I think that's that in any case, I can see what you're referring to. That's awesome. What are you? How is your? By the way, did you get to get the account going? The
no, it's not. It's not working for me, and I'm wondering if it's because I'm an American, so Americans aren't able to do a 5ers account. So I don't know if maybe that is what the issue is, but I'll ask Jonatan and see if I can get it figured out.
Yes.
I would think for an evaluation account, maybe you could, but it, you know, it has my address in there. And so I think it's maybe just not permitting me to get it going. So we'll see.
I understand. If you were to take a trade today, Deanna, you wouldn't be looking at gold, you said. Would you be going for the equities? Like, do you have a setup you're looking into, or would you be going for another asset altogether?
That's a good question. You know, right now it's kind of, I'm kind of a little bit torn. I'm leaning toward trading the indices today, just because I think the move is a little bit more clear, and it'll be a little bit more obvious when you're wrong, right? So if I take a trade in a certain direction, I will be more likely to know if I'm wrong in the indices versus in gold, which is to me a little bit more unsure or unclear, just because nothing's really going on. I mean, we really have not had much going on for the past, you know, not quite a week, but almost a week now. So this big move down was significant, but we really didn't see the follow through to the downside. I mean, it did move down this day, but then on Thursday it was right back up again. And then, you know, so it's just been a lot of back and forth. So I like to trade gold when gold is really in an obvious trend and we're likely to see continuation. And right now, it doesn't seem like gold is really respecting that obvious trend, or there isn't as obvious of a trend. So I'm more likely to be watching the indices today to see if I can get in there and find something there. But in general, the gold and the indices, everything is quite slow and muted so far today. So hopefully I can get in a trade in the indices, but I need the activity to pick up a little bit. So maybe after the open in 20 minutes or so.
I see. Let's look at the chat, because I think someone asked about dollar yen. I can look at that in a little while. Haven't checked the chat in a couple of minutes. Hamid is saying his day is going lovely today. That's awesome to hear, Hamid. Busy from Ian. That's amazing to see the positiveness from our chat, people in the chat. I was gonna say chatters, but I mean viewers of ours. We do have a lot of good viewership today, good numbers coming in. Don't forget, guys, except from watching, which is awesome that you guys are here. We're grateful for you, Deanna and I. We are happy to be delivering as much as we can to you. But if you like the content, hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, make it known to the algorithms that you're liking this and you want to see more of it, so it can be shown to other people as well as a suggestion. and that will make us make this channel grow further. There is also a a question from UK Swing Trader. Yes, Swing Trader, UK Swing Trader. We you know, they're out there. There are a lot of concepts that have their own variation, and these variations, there are even personal variations, right? You can adapt a concept to your liking, as long as you know what you're doing, and you have data to backtest that, you know, that variation is a valid one. What do I mean with that is that what I use the order block for, and the way that I market on my chart, is basically and the way that I use it as the function that I use it for, it's basically a supply and demand zone, just another way to identify it. In my opinion, a much more easier and much more precise way of doing it, because you have clear lines, basically levels to the pip, exactly where it starts and where it ends, and we can use that to our advantage. So yes, that's the it's the theory, the supply and demand, just in a new version, right? Updated, and that's how I use my OBs. So yes, you're completely right. EU, we will be looking at EU coming, I think, in about 20 minutes or so. I see LJ is in the background. Perhaps he, oh no, maybe he wanted to explain something about the reasons why he was expecting some kind of a move maybe later today in gold. But let's look at, I see we have Alex as well. Alex is with us. That's amazing. I like, I miss Alex with us. Okay, so.
And Victor, I'm sorry to head out, but it's time for me to go. And maybe that's why LJ's here. I'm not sure if he's coming in to replace me, but it was great to see you today, and good luck trading.
As always, it's our, and especially my pleasure having you join us, Deanna. Thank you for your time and your efforts here with the team. And I'm sure the audience is thrilled each time you come in. Thank you.
Thanks. We'll see you next time. Thanks, everyone. Bye, Marina.
Bye-bye. All right, so let's, I'm going to put my chart on. We can do some dollar-yen analysis. And of course, we'll be talking about euro-dollar, right? Let me change the, let me change this for, yeah, that's a little bit better. Is it? Yeah, I think this one is better. All right, so let us know in the chat if there is any specific pair you want us to look at. I'm gonna change the music for, let's see, I think it was this one. There we go. All right, so awesome. Great stuff. Let's look at euro dollar first, then we're gonna take a look at the dollar yen. And if there's any question you guys want to ask, you wanna now is the moment, right? You can interact with us and ask us anything trading related. If there is one for any support questions, Sandra, thank you for asking. But the best place to consult is the support, which is on our website, the live agent, or in the Discord channel. There is a specific or a separate channel for support. All these questions are best answered by our support heroes. They have the best answer for all your support questions. All right, so let's look at Air Trader is asking if I'm still using Quasimodo strategy. Yes, I am, Air Trader. Air Trader is a good friend. We've known each other quite some time already. Yes, I still am using Quasimodo. That's the basis of my strategy. I use two concepts, which is the Quasimodo, which is a reversal pattern, head and shoulder variant, plus the order block, which is a little bit simplified compared to what usually when people talk about order blocks, they market a little bit different. They define it a little bit different. But yes, those are the concepts that I use on my strategy, on my main strategy, I should say. I have multiple strategies. That's good day to you too. Yes. So the someone asking here, or maybe sharing, your overall bias for gold is shorts, but current narrative of today and possibly till midweek is you're anticipating some soft data, and until you're long until those numbers. That's a very, thank you for your share there. It's I think it's very insightful how you're approaching the market. I would say I would prefer, I don't have a setup on gold currently, but I would assume like how the market structure is eyeing right now, that at least an attempt at breaking up to the upside is in the in store for us in the last coming few sessions. Lacking any more current data, that is what I would expect to happen. We'll have to see. Yes, no problem. Yes, you can ask anything during our live stream, anything trading related, anything about our strategy, about how we look at the markets, or anything risk management, psychological aspect of trading, and anything in between. The time frame, I personally use multiple time frames, right? I don't trade using just one. I start for my day trades, I start from the H4, and I look for alignment between H4 and either H1 or H2, right? And I need to have those two in telling me the same thing, then I have a setup. If I don't, I stop right there. So if I have alignment, then I go to the minutes, which to me is the execution time frame. That's where I look for my setup for the entry, right? So I have my actual setup, which is based on the hourlies, but I then go to the minutes and look for my entry, right? My trigger, so to speak. So I use multiple time frames, as I just mentioned, H4, H2, H1 for the setup, and for my execution, I use the minutes 1, 2, 3, and 5. Those are the ones that I use, and I only use the minutes when the hourlies are both green, meaning both are telling me there is a signal, there are in alignment, etc. That's for my day trades. For my swing trades, I look for the same thing, but I would be taking it when the daily and and also the daily and the weekly is aligned. I would have the same entry, but I will have different targets if the daily are triggered or they're setting up as well. That's how so basically I use many time frames. It's not depending on what is setting up, and depending on that, I will start using on the H4, and if there is higher time frame setting up, then I will be looking and using that as well. And I look for I switch between time frames as they are signaling, right? So if I don't have let's say I do my day trade, I start from the H4, I get my signal on the minutes. However, let's say the market doesn't confirm later on, as I'm already in the trade, doesn't confirm to start building structures on the H1, the H2, and H4, then I adapt my targets, because I cannot be as ambitious as I would otherwise be if the hourlies also switch. It's a little bit abstract. I'm not showing anything, but let me show you. This is a great question. Let's say we have a quasi, right? It breaks that neckline and it comes in, and let's say this is the Quasimodo, as Air Trader was mentioning, and I'm looking for structures in this leg for my trade. So right in between this point and that point, that is, the head. This is the head, the left shoulder, and the neckline. Let me mark that for everyone who is perhaps not familiar with the structure, right? That's the reversal pattern. I wait for price to come in, and I expect this kind of movement, right? Based on the structure, just this time frame, this is the measured move, or this is the completion of the structure, but of the pattern, the reversal pattern. But this is just one time frame. Let's say this is perhaps the 15 minutes, although I don't use them, but you can easily use them. Just switch and move all the different time frames a couple of steps bigger or smaller. 15 minutes, for example. Let's say this happens, and I go to the, let's say this whole structure. I'm gonna mark this. I'm gonna copy this. Let's see if I can do that. There you go. Okay, so let's say I have, what I'd use is, since the market is fractal, I use the same structure, right, on a lower time frame, right? So the same pattern. So I'm gonna be looking in this area here, where it's going to presumably reverse. I'm gonna be looking for the same Quasimodo pattern, just on the lower time frame. And there we go, something like this. Imagine it's within that order block, right? So the initial TP for the smaller structure is at that point, right? In the bigger one, this would be the point, the TP. Let me mark it like this. That would be the TP, right? On the initial target, this is the actually, let me do it again. There we go. We're gonna just to explain things. So you would expect, for when price comes back on the higher time frame, it gets to that entry order block, which is this area. I wait for a reverse on that on the lower time frame, and on the lower time frame you have the TP right there. Even though on the higher time frame you have another TP, a bigger one, right? But this TP, the one from the bigger time frame, is this TP. Let me indicate that TP only is valid when you have a completion and a creation of structures that indicate that price is likely to continue to go to that TP. That does not happen all the time. Sometimes it bounces or reverses from this order block, but doesn't create any structures. And if it doesn't create bullish structures as it is going in that direction, the chances of it actually reaching TP is diminishing with time. So depending on the structure, as the market is confirming on different time frames, the 15, the 30, the hourly, you can actually hold not just for this TP on the lower time frame, but also with the TP of the bigger structure. Basically, it's a setup within a setup. So it's that's in a nutshell how I trade and how I use the different time frames. Who was the person who asked me? Jack. Yes, that's the different ways that I use the time frames. Top down, fractal kind of way. One asking here why the mask. I understand it is perhaps a little bit different. That's how I get to call myself the masked trader. No mask, no masked trader name. All right, so I don't have a Telegram. I don't have a Telegram channel. This is the best place to find me, as well as in the Discord community. And I'm also on ABL. So if you want to get in contact with me, you can find me here on our YouTube channel on weekdays, every weekdays from Monday to Thursday. And I hold workshops as well in Discords from Monday to Wednesday. So you can, that's an open invitation for you to join our Discord channel as well. If you haven't done so yet, it's a great place to meet other traders, improve your skill, your trading skill, and do it with in a supportive environment. That's exactly what we are trying to build in our Discord community. A very supportive, positive place where you can be yourself, become better, learn from each other, and so on. All right, so all right, let's go to the EU. All right, so from the higher time frames, I do top-down analysis, as I already mentioned. That's how I start my views on the higher time frames. There isn't any actionable. There isn't an order block that is fresh. There isn't a quasi with an entry order block. There isn't any structure or any reason for me to take any trades currently. There is, however, I said there isn't an entry order block. Well, that's correct, but it's not active right now. There is an entry order block on the quasi, which actually there are two quasi next to each other. And when that happens, it's this being a reversal pattern price coming back into one of the three order blocks, but there is also a quasi much to the left. When you have two reversal pattern next to each other, it's best to take the biggest one, which is this one. I know it's quite far in the past, but this is the monthly time frame, so it makes sense. We're currently retesting the first entry order block. It doesn't look like price is really under the impression of this order block. We did have a reaction. A price wasn't able to close outside of it, wasn't able to invalidate. Hey, it wasn't even able to close within it, meaning the order block did function as a supply zone, which is what it's supposed to do. So it's interesting, but it's too little information. The momentum doesn't seem like it's decelerating by any bit. So I would suspect unless market changes markedly the next couple of days and weeks, it looks like we're likely to continue to break to the upside and eventually break that order block. We'll have to wait to see what happens. But so far, there isn't anything we can act upon, right? There isn't a signal on the monthly time frame, almost signaling or anything, or has recently signaled. There isn't any. So let's go to the weekly. We are we have been saying this, we have been mentioning this a couple of weeks already, but it stays relevant. What I mean is this breakout that we're seeing on EU on the weekly time frame with that swing high from the week of the 17th of July of 2023. We had a breakout and it held we had a couple of sessions that held nicely, but eventually this looks right now as a fake breakout because it did break down and wasn't able to hold that line. And we are now currently, right, this week, we are retesting that level again. So you can see how these levels, they stay relevant for some time. First, as a resistance to be broken or not, they break out, and then it is the line to be respected or to be held for the bullishness in the market or the breakout to hold its validity. And when it breaks, it becomes again a resistant line where price will have difficulty reaching and getting and closing on the other side. You can see that today we pushed towards it. We even squeezed a little bit for about, about 10 pips, 9 pips, 9 pips. And we're currently nicely under it, meaning price is rejecting that level, is not ready to continue. And that does make a lot of sense because that's the area we have, the area, the reference point market has been looking at for some time now. So everyone is eyeing that level. Are we holding up or not as a target or as a breakout level? So we're going to be looking for that level for some time to come, right? Every day how we are relative to this level. With the level is the actual level is 1.12 which whenever we are above it, it will be perceived by the market as a sign of strength, and whenever we are unable to hold that line, it will be perceived as a sign of weakness. So that's the weekly time frame. Other than that, we don't have a lot to look at this level, right? That is the at this time frame. There isn't a lot more to see. We could have a bullish structure being created, and if that were to happen, we'll have to see obviously at the end of the week to see if it holds. But we could be looking for a possible bullish structure in the future. Let me mark that with a better tool, meaning if we get that order block here, right, at the end of this week, then we could, potentially have a trade as price comes back into that order block to use it as a thruster to going higher. If we fail at holding that level or create that level, the next area we don't have actually on the weekly. As you can see, there isn't anything all the way down here. We're probably going to be waiting for a lower time frame or holding, standing upon the daily time frame before we reach those levels. Those are not very relevant because there's a lot more structure in between. So that's not there isn't really anything on the weekly time frame. But once you zoom out, you can see that buyers are. They're still holding up, even though the last couple of days we've been, back-to-back bearish candles on the weekly. Overall, when you consider from this point all the way up, we are holding up that impulsive move still, nicely. It hasn't reached, the retrace is quite shallow compared to, this move. Let me indicate it. This move that we've had so far hasn't been retraced that much, meaning it is a sign from the lower level. From this point, it's still standing strong for a possible continuation, may perhaps later in this year, because this is the weekly time frame, right? So it could take a couple of weeks, and by then we'll be in the second half of this year already. So I'm going to be looking for the end of today to see, not today, this week, to see if we're going to hold create that weekly channel, not channel. I'm looking at this mark. Do you have a Telegram channel? And I said channel. That's a Trojan slip, of course. No, I'm going to be looking to see if we can create a structure on the weekly, because that could be the first sign of that time frame that a revert or a continuation could be coming up. Joe, I don't have a Telegram. Don't have one. This is the best place to find me if you want to know more about my style and how I trade the markets. Let's go to the daily. All right, so we are coming from the top. There was no reasons to go to do anything. No entry order block, no weekly. Let's look at a daily order block. Now we have something that's interesting, right? Of course, we're seeing that this is the main impulse, right? And what we're seeing currently, what we've been going since that, highest point on the 21st of April was actually the retrace. But the retrace is still at play, right? The retrace is the current trend where we are in, right? We are in a counter trend, and this is the actual trend, right? Going up. But in this counter trend, we haven't, there was one structure, at least in this price feed, there's one structure that we were retesting, but that's, I would say that's, it was a smaller, and we quickly indicated, or the market quickly indicated that this order block is of no relevance to price action. You can see that price didn't have an hesitation to break this structure, so it's clearly not relevant. When this happens, you can see that on the lower time frame, when price is not reversing from these levels, but continues to go through them. That's how the market is telling us what is relevant and what isn't, what is it reacting to, and what is irrelevant. So once we indicate that currently, and this is not a surprise because the 100% ATR is, we reached that today very nicely. Let's mark that. Let's see what the market has done today. Today it's done 117, and the ATR for today was 102. So basically it did 100 and what is that? 115%, roughly 16% ATR, meaning it went a little over, which sometimes it does, and the fact that it also happened at that same level, right? The level that we indicated for before, that weekly breakout level, that line in the sand, and it's reaching that ATR at that same level. That's confluence you can use to your advantage. Meaning, once it gets to the other side and it's extended, I should say, it's gonna be increasingly difficult on this day because the ATR is based on the day, of course, on the period. It's gonna be very difficult for price to continue pushing, continue to push at least today. It may do it tomorrow, but today is it reached the end of its stretch of that rubber band. Well, and this is an interesting idea because this order block, it's no longer fresh in the sense that it is already the second retest that we have on this. Count the number of candles since its creation, it's still fresh. But the fact that it was already retested on the first time, already had its first, indicate that this is the immediate retest, and this is the first official attempt or retest. And as you can see, it left the structure already. It left in this candle, the range was outside of the order block, meaning this is the first attempt, and now we're at the second retest. Second retest typically is a little bit more weaker, but it can still work. It still has, I would say, add to it, right? Selling pressure coming in, and using those two things at your disposal, the ATR and the order block, plus the weekly, is a good way of timing your entry. Let's look at the lower time frame to see. So this is a reason for us to look for a short. It's a daily order block. It's not the first attempt, it's the second, but it's still there, and it's going to have pressure, downward pressure on the market. Let's look at on the H4. So within that daily, we can see that weekly level right there. There isn't any order block to be seen. There is an H4, yes, but it's not part of a quasi. It's not fresh anymore, and it's very obviously, very visible to everyone. It's no longer on its first attempt, right? This is the second attempt. That was the first attempt, meaning it's weak. When I say it's weak, it means that the likelihood that if there is a reverse from this level, that it actually goes all the way to TP isn't at all very high. So if we do get selling pressure coming in, like we did have the last 4 hours, then it means that the expectation for that move down needs to be adjusted. Our expectation for what sellers could do needs to be a lot more, I would say, conservative, because it's going to. I see someone saying that the sound isn't that great. Let me lower this a little bit. Let me know if that's better now, or if others are hearing me well. Let me know as well so we can adjust. So let me know if there's anything I can help you guys with in terms of the sound. Usually You know, some people have when some people say it's the sound isn't optimal, majority of others the sound is okay, as we are seeing here and there, right? So that makes me think that perhaps you know, it's something about refreshing perhaps the web page, or changing, you know, your sound settings, whoever is experiencing you know, not suboptimal sound. All right, so coming back to the market, right? So we have been meticulously going down the time frames, and now we're at the H4. We are on the second retest on the daily. We are on the second of the H4. However, when you, even if they're like B signals, right? I would call them like B signals, where they're not the signals you want to, they're not prime signals. You want to take them on the first retest on each order block, and that from the top down, right? So on the first retest on the daily, the first retest on the H4, and so on. However, if you have the you know, the not so strong level, not level, but signal, like a B signal, meaning the second retest, or perhaps it's taking longer. When you have that, even if you have multiple, even if it is a B signal, when you have multiple things telling you that this is still a great area, you know, it can be still considered a good signal. So you see that the daily, we're testing it for the second time. I did mention the weekly level there that is helping us pushing price lower. And on the H4, it is also, there hasn't been any structure. I'm talking about this order block. It hasn't been retested. It's the same as the daily. It's retested on the second time around. But look at the reaction we have. Look at this pin bar. Let me mark this on the H4. If only, there you go. If only TradingView cooperates a little bit. There you go. That pin bar, I know it's at the end of a very bullish bar, right? And it's in relative to that bullish bar previous, it's not very impressive. I understand that. However, it is at the right place. It is a pin bar with a huge, relative to the rest of the body, a huge wick, meaning that in that 4 hour, the sellers really came and slammed down the buying pressure, right? The steam was out for the buyers. So it means in any case, perhaps this candle we have here may not negate the previous candle, right? However, it doesn't negate that previous candle. However, from this area, right, it is telling us that the selling pressure is coming in. Now, this can change in the next bar. We can see price coming much higher, and the area to be seeing is, of course, this is the level that we need to be looking, right? In this candle, right? There's so much we can read from just one candle. This, right? The one candle is, of course, the consolidated price action from the whole period, which it sounds very simplistic, but it holds a lot of power, because when people look at this time frame, this H4, this is what they will be seeing, right? They will see this is the line in the sand, basically the open of this bar, right? The open of this, the previous bar. Whenever we are below it, it will be perceived as a continuation of that bigger wick, right? So there we have a big wick indicating that selling pressure, right? This wick means, let me indicate this like this. This means selling pressure, a lot of selling pressure coming to the market. And whenever we are below this level, it means we are getting a continuation or a follow through of that initial level, initial pressure, meaning that that's what you want to be seeing. When you have follow through, that's when you can expect, you know, a continue prolonged move in the same direction. If it's just one candle, it's fine, but that's not going to move the market, right? You got to have follow through. So not telling you giving you the signal once, but keep giving you the signal 3 times, like in the first candle, the second candle, the third candle, if they're all telling you the same thing, chances are that's where we're going for the next couple of bars. Meaning that we've reached a place, at least today, that price seemingly, as long as it's keeping below this level, that we're going to be retracing some, if not, well, I don't think it's going to be all of it. We'll have to see. It's too early to say anything, but we're going to be retracing some. In this time frame, there isn't a lot to react from. Of course, we have these levels from previous, and price could be using them as targets for the retracement. We'll have to see that. But in this time frame, there isn't a lot to see. So that's the that's the narrative, or that's the translation of what the market is doing through these candles. If we go lower time frames, we see a very beautiful, not an outside bar, a bearish bar, indicating that we do have an area here where we could be looking for entries. We don't have anything on the H4, so my main signal, I wouldn't use this area, but it is a great area to be trading from. On the lower time frames, you can certainly, there isn't really any reversal pattern here, so I wouldn't be looking for much of an entry, but still reading it tells us that the market has shifted. The sellers are now in control, at least for the time being, and we'll see. The more follow through we continue to get, the more certain we can be that sellers are taking control and holding that grip on the power. So that's the where's that order block? There we go. I was on H2. You can certainly mark it, and that was 45 minutes ago. So in this week, we could have been looking for a short. I don't think there was anything to trade, was there? I don't think so. Not really. I would be expecting something much more of a bigger quasi to be trading. That would be something with this round like so. This is the 5 minute. There you go. So I would be waiting for price once it breaks it to come back and retrace above this area to be looking for a trade. But it's not something that I would trade because the H4 is not signaling us anything yet. So it's the quasi is there, the reversal pattern is there, but it's not telling us it's not showing on higher time frames like the H4 enough for me to do something. All right, let's look at so basically my analysis stops at the H2. That's the last time frame we have, one structure, not an entity, but just a regular H2. That's the until there isn't really anything else to do. I would be looking for price to come back, maybe come back and then push lower. That would be if I really had to look for a setup, that would be something that I would be looking for. The continuation, although it looks tempty because it has been going up all day basically, makes sense. But in terms of the ATR, let me see if there's more reasons to that idea. Well, there is a structure here, so from here, that makes a lot of sense. If it can hold this 15-minute, then yes, I can entertain the idea that we could have some push going up. All right, in the coming hours, maybe to the end of New York, and we're going to be retesting this area again and this high again before the end of the day, or perhaps into the Asian session. But it would depend whether this order block holds or not, and you can see clearly that it's reacting on that upper border, which is tail telling, right? It's telling us that it's reacting to that structure, and to the degree it has followed through on this reaction, we can assume it's going to have another leg up. Personally, I would think it's going to be harder increasingly harder to keep on going higher, at least today. It may do it, but it'll have to, perhaps do it slowly into perhaps tomorrow, and then have perhaps a continuation if that's what it wants to do, right? But the market needs to tell us that. If it doesn't respect this order block, as you can see, there isn't anything else. So we can expect a much deeper retrace. There isn't anything, and on the hourly, there isn't really anything to look at other than those higher previous high that have broken, which could be the next line, the next reference for price. All right, let's check the chat. That's the EU for the analysis. And the sound from in South Africa is okay as well. So thank you for letting me know. Everyone who told me, give us the feedback of the sound. Thank you for that. All right, so let's check here. Okay, all right, so market, you can actually mark a, you can actually mark this, right? Make an alert here. This is not for a trade, it's not a trigger. But we can mark this, let me put it for every once per minute, have an alert, and if it breaks it, we can be on the lookout for how it closes, right? If it closes below on that same time frame, that's a more bold sign that that structure is validated and likely to mean that prices don't continue lower until then, until it stops. Something stops it, but there isn't a lot to stop price. Let's take a look at dollar yen. Someone asked that some time ago, and would love to make our viewers happy. Don't forget, hit the like button if you're interested in reading price action. You want to learn more, and you think this is helping you, think this is of value. Hit the like button and help us reach more traders. This is, in a way, it's very simple. Price action is very, very simple. However, in practice, in theory, it's very simple, but in practice, there's a lot of things that you need to know, the nuances and when to use which tool, and when is a tool telling you something and when isn't it telling you anything. Right? That's something that comes with experience, or watching other people who are funded and are successful in the market, and maybe you can learn a thing or two as you are watching them. And that's the whole idea of these streams, to help you become more profitable in the market and get those payouts. So if this helps you, let us know in the chat, and don't forget to hit the like button. Okay, so let's look at the dollar yen pair. I'm gonna do a little bit quicker since we don't have a lot of time left on this stream for today. Remember, we have a contest in our on our hub. You can, let me check if it's still going. I think it's I suppose by now there isn't any seats left. Let me check. Looks like we still have chances for participants to join in our contest. Yes, we do. So don't miss out on that chance to win some hub credits, but especially some free evaluation accounts. All right, so let's look at the dollar yen. The monthly time frame. We have two structures which are serving very nicely how the market creates them and then goes back to them to retest them. And we are basically in a very nice range when price comes back. Here you can see how the order blocks are at play. And that's exactly how the expectation is, right? It creates that order block, goes down to retest, and it moves away from it, right? It actually completes that reversal pattern. typically you can expect a continuation move beyond the initial level, but in this case we also have a opposing structure, meaning that you could have the same reaction or same movement going back to that order block, right? Like a ping pong, right? Basic supply and demand theory, until one of these structures they break. So we're currently in a demand area, which is on its first retest. It's relatively fresh. Let's go lower time frames. All right, so what do we see here? We do have a quasi at play. All right, so this is the reversal pattern. Actually, the neckline is already here. It's a bit higher. The only problem we have is that we don't have any entry order block on this weekly time frame for that sell, for that reversal, right? So that means that this the quasi to the left, right? Meaning, let me indicate this with an arrow perhaps. Left shoulder, the head, the neckline, it breaks it and goes up, but there's nothing here for us to trade from. So the other option is, you can already see it. We have another quasi that has been formed within that, or within these two structures, right? Where we have the left shoulder right here, the neckline, the head, the break of that neckline, and so far price hasn't retraced to any structure of relevance. But what I would be looking for is price. Let me see if we don't. So that means that we still have 3 structures to trade from. They're not ideal. They're very tight to each other and not very, let me see. So we do have this one and this one as well, right? So each one needs to be considered separately. You can see that they're not connected to each other. So we have 3, which is the maximum, in my opinion, to be looking for. If there's 4 or 5, then I wouldn't consider that a very good quasi-model to trade. So I would be looking for price to come back to one of these 3 areas and look for that short. If it were to happen and it signals, now that gives me a great indication probability that monthly perhaps is going to fail later on, and you can target something even lower, perhaps this low, much lower, or perhaps even some structure that I see all the way down here. Right? It's a very high time frame setup, but it's still very valid. All right, so that's one thing. So if and when price comes back into this area, you can look for the daily time frame to have reversals, bearish reversals, to take that move down, because we will be expecting price to do this kind of action. Let's see, this kind of price action, or the other time frame, the other order block, wherever it shows presents that reversal pattern. All right, let's look at there isn't basically in this area, there isn't any actionable signal to be seen, so we can move on. Daily. Now this is interesting. The neckline here is all the way here, so that means that the neckline is telling us the market hasn't, completely shifted yet, or it needs to take this out if it wants to go higher. It could mean different things. It could mean that it's only going to be using this order block, meaning not breaking structure. That would make sense if price is going to continue to go lower, right? If price is eventually going to go lower, it makes sense that it doesn't break that structure. That's one thing. However, it can only just mean that it hasn't broken it yet. It's something that's in the future. We just have to wait to see more, more data before we can actually include anything. There is a nice order block here that is being retested as we speak. That's a nice area to be going long, right? Because we understand that this is the monthly demand area, right? Weekly, there isn't anything, right? Weekly, there isn't anything. We just saw that. But the daily is we are coming back to some structure, although that's not the only structure. So even though this is not a quasi, they can work. They have the same structure. They have the same influence in the market, albeit not as strong. So I would expect price to have a little, at least a little pop from this area. We can go to 8-4 and see if we have the reversal coming up. That's the possible reversal. The part is price respecting that order block. It's not, right? So that reversal is not there. Right? That's, look at that close. Actually, there are two close, candle close on this time frame below that area, meaning that this order block has already gone, and the market isn't reversing, at least not yet. Maybe it's still to come, but it hasn't reversed yet. So we'll have to wait for, we need to be patient, wait for the price to actually do what you expect it to do, right? You're expecting certain, this is the big two, and I would say when and if and when price takes out this line, then we can look for a possible entry here, or any other structure created as it's going up, right? What we want to be seeing is this. Makes that lower high, makes the head, and breaks it. Once it breaks it, you could, in theory, start looking for a reason or a setup to go long, or you could wait for price to come back to repass some structure of relevance as the daily order block is doing its thing, if it's going to do its thing. We don't know that, just if. All right, so that's dollar yen. I hope it's been helpful for you guys, especially. No problem. These messages like this are what gives us energy to keep going. You know, breaking the price action live is, I wish I had that when I was learning. So I think it can be very helpful, and that's why we do it. We do this for you guys. That's why we do this. That's the best reward we can ask for when you guys are getting value out of our efforts. All right, that's it for today. The other thing I want to say is that if you're not part of our Discord community yet, you are missing out. We have daily workshops. Actually, I will be holding one in about 43 minutes where we get together. We spend some time together. Usually it's around trading. Yes, we talk a little bit about analysis, but it can be anything. It can be a specific question. It can be something that's holding you back in your trading journey, right? Maybe you have blind spots. Maybe you're stuck with a backtesting issue, right? I may not know all the answer. I probably don't have all the, I know I don't have all the answers, but I can guide you a little bit in the right direction. And perhaps there's someone in the audience as well, you know, that has gone through the same thing and can help you, you know, with a tip or two. So it's a great place to come and, you know, be part of a great tribe. We have a great thing going on. So an open invitation for you to become a member of our Discord community. It's free. The only thing you have to do is have the 5ers account. Evaluation account is fine. It doesn't have to be a funded account. And within the hub, you will find the link to the Discord community. So check it out. Come and join us. Maybe you can still catch our next workshop in 40 minutes or so. So on that note, I'd like to tell you all that I enjoyed your company, guys, and I hope to see you again the next time we're here, which will be tomorrow the same time. And my name is Victor. If you don't know yet, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.